Well, good evening and welcome to the City of Salem Urban Renewal Agency meeting for June 13th. If the recorder would please call a roll.
Board Member Stapleton. Board Member Stapleton. Board Member Adderson, absent. Board Member Phillips.
Here.
Board Member Leung.
Here.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Board Member Hoy.
Here.
Board Member Nordijk.
Present.
Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Bennett.
Here. Okay. Let's see. Trevor, you want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any additions or deletions, Councillor Hoy?
No.
Okay. What am I missing here? Okay. I've got public comment. I don't have anyone signed up, I don't believe, for public comment here. So we will move on to the consent calendar.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
There we go. Thank you. Second by Phillips.
So we have item 3.1A, the May 23rd, 2022 draft urban renewal agency minutes. Item 3.3A, recommended reappointment to the West Salem Redevelopment Advisory Board. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, if the recorder please call a roll.
Board Member Hoy.
Aye.
Board Member Nordijk.
Aye.
Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Stapleton. Absent. Board Member Anderson, absent. Board Member Phillips.
Aye.
Board Member Leung.
Aye.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Aye.
Chair Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. We'll move then to our public hearing. Do you want to take us into this?
Sure.
Thank you.
The Urban Renewal Agency will now hold a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2023 Salem Urban Renewal Agency budget. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation followed by public testimony.
Thank you. Josh, are you doing the?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. The Urban Renewal Agency Board Budget Committee recommended a budget to the agency board on May 11, 2022. The agency board is required to hold a public hearing on the recommended budget in compliance with state public budget law. This evening's budget hearing was noticed in the Statesman Journal on May 31st, 2022. Following the public hearing, staff recommends the Urban Renewal Agency Board deliberate on the Budget Committee recommended budget, direct staff to return on June 27, 2022, with a resolution to adopt that budget. At that meeting, staff may request the agency board to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget approval made this evening to include any rebudgeted purchase orders or carryover projects from the fiscal year 2022, the current year budget, which staff are currently identifying. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone signed up to testify on this. Any questions then of Josh? All right. Councillor Hoy, you want to give us a motion?
Should we close the hearing first?
Yeah. Hearing's closed.
Awesome. I move we direct staff to return on June 27, 2022 with a resolution to adopt the Budget Committee's recommended fiscal year 2023 Urban Renewal Agency budget.
Second.
Second by Member Phillips. And Ruthie, do you want to call the roll? Unless there's some discussion.
Board Member Nordijk.
Aye.
Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Stapleton. Absent. Board Member Anderson, absent. Board Member Phillips.
Aye.
Board Member Leung.
Aye.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Aye.
Board Member Hoy,
Aye.
Chair Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. I don't have any other business. Anything for the good of the order? Okay, and then we are adjourned. Now call to order the Salem City Council meeting for June 13th. And the recorder, please call a roll.
Counselor Stapleton? Absent. Counselor Anderson? Absent. Counselor Phillips?
Here.
Counselor Young?
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Here.
Counselor Hoy?
Here.
Counselor Nordike?
Here.
Counselor Varney?
Here.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Okay, are there any additions or deletions? Counselor Hoy?
Yes, I move additions and deletions to the agenda.
I'll second.
We have item 3.3H, a memo has been added.
Right. Okay. Very good. Okay, anyone have any questions? Okay. Ruthie, do you want to call the roll?
Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Counselor Young?
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton? Still absent. Counselor Anderson, absent. Mayor Bennett.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Move on to council manager comment. I do want to be sure to acknowledge that Linda Nishioka, who is a guest counselor, is also counselor-elect for Ward 2. Welcome, Linda, and you're welcome to participate all the way up to voting. So
All the way up to voting.
all the way up or down, whichever you prefer.
Well, thank you for, thanks to Tom and to the other counselors that I get to attend this. It's going to be fun.
Well, good. Okay. Any counselor comments? Counselor Nordike?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and my colleagues. It's great to see you all. I want to start by giving a shout out to my eye doctor. I developed a corneal scratch and which is why I'm wearing my new favorite dorky glasses today. They were able to see me on call on a Sunday, which is not easy to do. They were able to get me in. I was able to get in and I have a follow-up scheduled tomorrow. And all of this to me is a reminder of the gratitude that I have. I have an employer that gives me excellent benefits. I have an employer where if I need to leave the office to go to a medical appointment that was unscheduled and unexpected to handle an emergency of my own, I can do so. And I know not every workplace does that. So I think it's important because the city, of course, has benefits programs and employees who may go out on leave from time to time. And I just want all the staff to know that I understand and appreciate the need that everyone have good access to medical care, paid medical leave, good benefits, and all those things that enable me to do my job and to get back to work as quickly as possible. On a related note, I want to bring brief attention to the subject of remote work. As many of you know, I'm a mental health advocate. And so today I took part of my workday to participate in a statewide summit amongst the Oregon legal profession. Our Supreme Court Chief Justice was there, our bar president was there. We had stakeholders from private firms, the Department of Justice, my employer, law schools, and so on. And one of the takeaways we've noticed from the summit and more generally from the last 2 years is that remote work works. And that this is an option that for many people is an option that is all about equity. We know from the pandemic that nationwide, over 2.5 million women lost or resigned from their jobs, largely due to caregiving responsibilities. The legal profession is no exception to that. We had a lot of women and women of color who left the profession altogether or had to cut back their hours, take themselves off leadership track, or otherwise see their professional lives and family lives upended because of the pandemic. But beforehand, everyone said that remote work just couldn't be an option, that seat time is paramount, that we cannot know if our employees will behave themselves if they are forced to work from home. Well, now that this grand national experiment has taken place, we know that many workers are as productive, if not more so, when they are given the opportunity to work from home. So again, I say this because the legal profession is just one case study out of many. I hope that a lot of workplaces are reimagining their workforce and are reimagining the preconceived notions about what it takes to be a productive and a healthy and a happy employee. Remote work has other benefits too. Less greenhouse gas emissions from people driving their personal vehicles or even taking a bus to work. Less traffic congestion. Less childcare needs to some extent. And there are also equitable impacts as well from not having to experience the various comments that can happen when you're at work and the various microaggressions that can arise from certain workplaces. A lot of people don't think about those things in terms of the way remote work impacts all of us, but it can be the right result for a number of employees and employers. This is also a reminder, though, that there are so many workplaces where showing up remotely is not an option. Our grocery cashiers, our firefighters, our police, our correctional officers, there's so many other professions where they had to show up no matter what. And for that, I'm grateful as well. So thank you all for giving me the time and the space. It's a privilege to even be in a position to express gratitude for these things in such a public forum and a broadcasted setting in my native language, Spanish, and American Sign Language. So I'm trying to model gratitude today. And I look forward to everyone who has signed up to testify tonight. Thank you for participating in our democratic process. These things are important, and I value your time, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm gonna go ahead with one I've got. The Oregon Historical Quarterly Editorial Board has voted our own Kimberly Fitzgerald's article, Searching for Salem's Early Chinese Community, the winner of the 2022 Palmer Award, a very prestigious award for the best article published in their journal during the previous year. The publication's editorial board stated, the article is a great piece of research achieved by combining historic documents, archaeological excavation, and oral history, including connecting Salem with Chinese ancestral villages where Salem's Chinese residents originated. And as a result of this work, the Salem Chinese community has come together not only to recognize the remains of a shrine in the Pioneer Cemetery, but it has led to the reinstatement of their traditional Qingming Festival in 2018, which continues today. There are few greater compliments for historical writing than its likely inspiring further path-breaking work in the field, which this work has done. Congratulations to Kimberly for her fine work on behalf of the City of Salem and our Chinese community. And I'll tell you, the Chinese community, when we do the Qingming each year, comes from all over the region. It's really a broadly celebrated event, and the work that's been done here by Kimberly and others really deserves, I think, an applause. They've really done a great job for putting us on the map on this issue. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Jackie Leung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To add on to what you were talking about specifically about the Chinese community, there's actually an event that's going to be taking place at the end of this month on Thursday, June 30th. It's Searching for Salem's Early Chinese Community. It's going to be a panel discussion series, and you have to register for in advance. And it's at the Willamette Heritage Center from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. So for folks who would be interested, please go to the Willamette Heritage Center to their webpage, and you should be able to register for the upcoming event.
Great, thank you.
Yes. And one other thing I wanted to highlight, and this occurred 2 weeks ago, so I recognize it's old news and that it's been a while, but at the same time, it's something important that I think that our community needs to be aware of. So 2 weeks ago, and this is a very serious conversation here, downtown business owner Jonathan Jones of Epilogue Kitchen and Cocktails, his business was once again vandalized and graffitied with hate messages. This includes swastika stickers on a pole in front of his restaurant and spray paint on the window and ground in front of his restaurant. Furthermore, the assailant attempted to break into the restaurant, leaving a lot of broken glass. And unfortunately, this is only the most recent situation that he's experienced. The following day, he ended up getting a phone call that was left on his recording, and essentially, it was a thinly veiled threat against him and his business. And it's very unfortunate that this is still happening to Jonathan. And there might be others out there who just might not have reported, or at least have not talked about it. And I just wanted to remind council that we had passed a resolution declaring that racism is a public health crisis. And in this way, I feel like we are still failing our community. And I want to make sure that we continue to denounce racism and all forms of hate against members of our community because of who they are. I want our community to be safe, and we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Bennett, and thank you to my colleagues who went before me with their profound, timely testimony on local events. Tonight, I wholeheartedly endorse basically everything that was said before me. Tonight, I would like to start with just acknowledging something that's going to go through on the consent agenda, item 3.3A. This is a bit of good news for Ward 3 and all of Salem. We have a unique district here called the Fairview Sustainable Community, and it was some land that was got by the state, so they have some unique rules. But we've gotten some update regarding a little over 14 acres there that is going to be graciously donated to the city. And this is, heavily treed areas with near 100% tree canopy. So I think that this is a win-win for our community. And I thank everyone involved in this process, the community members who've been, fighting for tree protection, for staff for making this possible, and really getting to a win-win scenario. I think that's really good news for Ward 3 and the Morningside Neighborhood Association specifically, that community. Beyond that, I want to, as I said before, second what my colleagues have said before me. We have to call out, racism when it happens here in our community. I think that we as a council have taken powerful stands to denounce white supremacy and to declare racism a public health threat and crisis, which it clearly is based on data. Beyond that, I just want to talk a bit more about, events in the last month since we've most recently met. I thank my colleagues for unanimously supporting the motion to declare June 1st, the first Friday of June, as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. I did not write my comments down, so I apologize if my motions are raw. The day after that happened, we had the tragic events in Texas where 19 children and 2 teachers in total were killed tragically, in that Uvalde, Texas region. As an emergency room doctor who cares for people who suffer from the effects of gun violence, and as the parent of 2 children, that event, like so many before it, was heartbreaking and infuriating. I certainly respect and provide those families with all the emotional support from a distance that I can. But the data shows that there are things that we can do if we work together to make a difference. So rather than expressing silence now, I would just say that we as public leaders need to speak up and ask for the common sense, data-driven policy changes that we know will make a difference. So I thank my colleagues who went before me and passed resolutions here to acknowledge that. I'm glad that we're continuing to draw attention to this issue. It needs to be tracked with data so that we can make real changes that are backed by 80 to 93% of our residents across the country. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Kristen.
Thank you, Mayor. Interim City Manager Kristen Rutherford. I have two items to briefly talk about this evening. One is to share with the community that our new upgraded website was launched today. And just to go into a couple of the reasons that we made this upgrade, one of the key new features that we are getting out of this is the ability to translate our content into dozens of different languages to make our services more accessible and to make it easier for community members to connect with the city. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that that has gone live. And the second thing I wanted to share is that we will be having a community forum to interview our 3 city manager finalists this Wednesday at 6:30. That will be streamed live on YouTube and be on CC Media. And community members have an opportunity to submit questions through our website through 5 p.m. Tuesday, tomorrow. That if there's time allowed, we don't know if we'll be able to get through all of the questions, but we would love to see your questions, and we'll get to as many of them as we can during the interview.
Very good. Thank you. Do you have anything else? Just 2. Okay. Anyone else? All right. I've got a couple of proclamations. This is on Public Works Day. The City of Salem employees provide critical services and protect the health and safety of our residents and visitors. And whereas Salem Public Works employees construct, maintain, and operate the infrastructure necessary that fulfills basic urban needs, including safe and reliable streets, healthy and plentiful water, well-functioning storm drainage, proper treatment of wastewater, and maintaining parks and facilities. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works officials. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of a community greatly depends on these facilities and services. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Public Works Department is influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the important work they perform. Now, therefore, I, Chuck Bennett, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim June 17, 2022 as Public Works Day and encourage community members to participate in Public Works Day at Riverfront Park on June 17th, as well as ask people to join me in recognizing the importance of the standards of excellence in the Public Works Department and the contributions of the Public Works officials make every day to our health, safety, and quality of life, dated this 13th day of June, 2022. And I want to pass this along to Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We really look forward to Public Works Day on Friday and hope everybody comes out and enjoys it. I want to recognize Bethany Nazario, who's here with us. Bethany is kind of the leader of making Public Works Day happen. So Bethany, unmute, say hello, and say whatever you want to say. Uh-oh, she can't figure out how to unmute.
Yeah, isn't it usually at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen?
She's having difficulty.
Down at the bottom, as Counselor said, down at the bottom far left, might be a little microphone looking thing.
No, you had it there for just a second. Well, it doesn't look like she can make it happen, but you can see her face.
Almost.
And I will tell you that Public Works Day will go a lot better than the mute unmute button on your phone.
Right. This isn't IT. This is making the water run. And
Thank you, Mayor, once again for acknowledging us.
Would you kind of tell us just very quickly what's going to happen on Public Works Day?
Oh, sure. Yeah. We're delighted. We haven't been able to do it for the last couple of years because of COVID. So we basically have a very large display on the upper level of Riverfront Park. So as you cross from Court Street all around the splash fountain and the Rotary Pavilion, We have a very large display of our equipment. We have a number of displays under tents, so people can learn more about what we do and how we do it. Usually the fire department joins us, so I'm sure there will be a fire truck out there. And we have sponsors, so there will be hot dogs and cookies and all kinds of things. So we typically do it on the, I think school ends, either ended last week or ends this week. So we usually do it kind of this first week after school ends so that kids come out and enjoy it and really learn a lot about what we do. But big kids are welcomed as well.
And it's a real hands-on event, right? You're on the equipment.
Yes.
The whole thing.
Yes.
You won't be digging ditches, but you'll get to find out how to. Is that
you can sit on the seats, you can tour the vehicles, you can the staff is out there to answer questions, and there's all kinds
got it to work. Sorry.
There we go.
Oh,
Bethany,
what we
thanks
do,
for all
so,
your work on this. You really had prepared Peter.
I'm so sorry.
Bethany, what else do you want to say?
Yeah, so we do live demonstrations, and we're really excited to have this return to an in-person event this year. So we're going to have some drone demonstrations. Mike Zeker, our park ranger, is going to be there. We have lots of new faces, so we're excited to have Trevor Smith, our PIO, and Amanda Sitter at our parks operations booth. And then we also do this to really donate food to the Marion Polk Food Share. So we ask folks to bring down canned food to the food tent. And as Peter said, we like to interact with people and show all of our public works vehicles. We'll have mowers and equipment down there to show folks. So we're excited, and thank you. And sorry about my technical difficulties.
Oh, hey, that's not bad. Hey, Bethany, do you know what your weather's going to be like yet? Have you got a weather report from Chandler or any of your other colleagues?
We don't yet, but the good news is we have some of our tables set up in tents. So even if it's raining, we are prepared.
Excellent. Well, good. I hope everyone hasn't forgotten just how much fun this is. The kids really enjoy it, of all ages, as Peter mentioned. So thank you, Bethany, very much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you. And then I have a second one. Whereas neither the Declaration of Independence nor the Emancipation Proclamation included all the enslaved descendants of Africans, and whereas when Union Major General Gordon Granger read General Order Number 3 in Galveston, Texas on June 19th, 1865, it contained the important words, "All slaves are free," causing impromptu celebrations across the state as the long-delayed news spread. And whereas Juneteenth Independence Day is the oldest and most widely known celebration of African-American emancipation and a time for revival meetings, family reunions, and celebrations of freedom. And whereas in 1997, the 105th United States Congress passed Senate Joint Resolution 11 and House Joint Resolution 56, officially recognizing Juneteenth Independence Day. And whereas in 2001, members of the 71st Oregon Legislative Assembly passed Senate Joint Resolution 31 and that proclaims June 19 of each year as Juneteenth Independence Day, a day for a statewide celebration of dignity and freedom of all citizens. Now, therefore, I, Chuck Bennett, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022, Juneteenth Independence Day, and encourage residents to join in learning about the celebration, the contributions African Americans have made to our country, our state, and to our community, dated this 13th day of June, 2022. There's a celebration to be held. Councilor Hoy, you're going to be presenting this proclamation to the Assembly. When is that? Do you know when that's going to be and what time and where?
Sunday afternoon at the NAACP office on State Street.
Great. And do you know where that is?
I do.
Where is it? In case people want to attend, I assume
it's at 680 State Street.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This really has every year been a really a good celebration. I was unable to be there. I appreciate Councilor Hoy reading this and passing it along. So if any of you are interested, I'm sure he would enjoy your company there as well. Okay. It's time for public comment. So I'm going to call up DJ Vincent, who's speaking on 3.3B.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and councilors. It's an honor to be with you again this evening. As I share an update on the good work that Church at the Park has been able to do in partnership with the City of Salem, I just want to highlight two of my colleagues are also on today and will be providing expertise. So my main comment is to lift up the fact that as we've worked together in the areas of navigation, emergency sheltering, and workforce development, we're seeing the impact of what safe and sanitary and supported sheltering can do in our Salem community. Each week on Thursdays, we've been providing a tour of our Catholic Community Services family-based shelter. And almost every week, those tours are full, and it's an opportunity to kind of see what's happening, to see how clean the site is, to see the level of engagement that families are feeling. So we've been seeking to put the data in front of people. So you can see here that in just 1 year of sheltering, we've seen about 400 unique individuals impacted, and over 50% of those folks are finding a positive destination. Now that number is even blowing us away, the way that people want to self-actualize and move on to those positive spaces. So you are going to hear potentially later tonight the opportunity to open up Front Street to a safe parking option that we again believe is going to be completely safe. It's going to be incredibly supported in terms of sanitation, access to showers, and then we're going to see people move on to positive destinations and the reintegration into the Salem community. So I was able to take a number of city staff and counselors down to see what this looked like, this kind of layout in Eugene. And we're very encouraged that the same kind of services and layout could be accomplished at Front Street. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, but that was the main purpose of my public comment tonight.
Great. Thanks, DJ. Are there any questions for DJ? Yes. Councilor
Thank you, Mayor Bennett, and thank you, DJ, for testifying again and for the important work you do in our community. I availed myself a couple times of those tours that you're offering, and each and every time I've learned something new and important about the work that you're doing here through Church of the Park and those staffing those managed micro shelter sites. I also got to go down to Eugene with you and your staff to see the work that's being done there in terms of seeing a fully staffed up and operational managed micro shelter site for RVs specifically. So it is my intention, later in this evening to, present a motion to that effect and fund that. So I just want to thank you for what you're doing and then ask the question, will you still be available to answer questions during that time if, my colleagues have questions at that moment?
It will be an honor to stay on the Zoom call as much as I'm needed.
And then I might be veering outside just a little bit, but it's really important to get community buy-in, and we are also discussing, the move to State Street. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that on the agenda item tonight, but it feels like the times that I have gone and toured the managed micro shelter sites that we're able to meet all of the concerns. Do you have any lingering concerns about things that were brought up through that process so far?
I have no concerns. Our staff was able to provide written documentation about the safety of our site plan, the training of our staff, and the way that we partner and work with guests to provide a safe site for those guests and the neighbors. Also on this Zoom call is our operations director, Josh Erickson, who oversees that safety process.
Okay.
Thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you. Danae Medlock. Oh, I'm sorry, Vanessa.
Thank you, Chuck. Hi, DJ. Just a quick comment, really. You mentioned workforce development briefly just now, and I think we'll hear more information on that perhaps later. But I do want to draw people's attention. Your organization recently hosted the Humanity of Homelessness storytelling event. And if you weren't able to attend it in person, folks, I understand KMUZ Radio is going to be replaying parts of that on their podcast. But one of the things that really struck me about your organization is the workforce development, because that's one of the questions I get all the time. What are these folks doing other than receiving free lodging, free meals, free? That's all I keep hearing. In a nutshell, what's the workforce development look like at these shelters?
Well, it starts at day one, where we ask people to move from the side of the table where they're getting meals or clothing to come to the other side of the table to help pack up those meals, to help sort that clothing. But then we seek to provide real jobs in the area of sanitation or helping with reception. And we are very excited to continue to expand that, whether that is food service or just even more sanitation in our community.
Thanks, DJ. Okay, Danae Medlock. Hi.
Hi. So I just wanted to speak about how I'm in full support of what we've been doing so far as a city to support these programs that are solution-based. I think that we hear a lot of times, what is Salem doing? What are they really doing to make a difference? Because the problem, it's such a big problem. But I just wanted to say thank you, all of you, for standing up and saying, hey, this is something that's working really well. I mean, we heard from DJ already, the outcome, he said out of 400 people, 58% moved on to a positive destination. That is wonderful. And I would love to see more of this. And so I'm very much encouraged with what we're seeing. And I encourage you all to continue to support solution-based housing for those who need help.
Thank you very much. Okay, Josh Erickson.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me. And thank you for continuing to invest time, energy, money, and support just for our unsheltered, our community. I'm Josh Erickson. I'm the Chief of Operations for Jersey Park, and wanted to talk a little bit about the safety plan, as DJ had kind of alluded to. I think you all have seen and come to our sites and experienced how we put things together and how much thought and energy is put into the safety of our guests and our community. And so I just want to share a little bit, because this helps really our neighbors and our community members, as they hear this, feel more at ease and more encouraged by what we're doing. And so really what it comes down to me is three things. It's our site planning, it's the staff, and it's what we call a digital accountability. And so for first is the site plan. All of our communities are closed campuses. Only our shelter guests, our partner agencies are allowed in the community. And we use fencing and a clear check-in area to make sure only those that are approved are in our spaces. And we don't have any drop-in services at our micro shelter communities. And so we do help move people along as they do stop in and get them connected to other resources, but we aren't offering any resources there. Another piece of this is really just the structures themselves, by providing a locked door and a place to sleep. In our first month, when we opened our shelter, we had 12 people find work just by being able to leave and know that their stuff is secure. And so just along with that is our aspect of our guest expectation agreement. All of our guests sign this agreement before they can move in. It includes things about no tolerance for violence, a drug-free environment, and engagement with case management to work towards transitioning. The second thing is the digital accountability, which is video cameras that we have all over. This encourages people to respect others, but also gives them a sense of relief. There's something that happens, that when something happens, there's an accurate account of what happened, protects our guests, our staff, and other agencies. And the third thing really is our staffing. We always have at least 2 people on at all times. And these are people that are there to support, coach, and cheer on our guests to continue to follow the expectations and their case plans. And then we also have a safety team that is DPSST certified. They work with our shelter staff to handle times of crisis. They also help with our neighborhood supports. They really focus on the perimeter to make sure that things are clean and that we're a positive part of the neighborhood. This team supports all of our sites and is available 24/7 to respond as needs arise. And I'm happy to help answer any questions about site plans or any of our safety plans.
Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Josh, for your testimony. I've heard from a couple of concerned neighbors about who are supportive generally at Center Street, but are worried about potentially having people camp outside your perimeter. Do you allow that typically? And if not, how do you deal with that situation, or has that been a concern?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we do have some written documentation here that we can refer to later. But it is not something that we allow. And it's something that we definitely work with private property landowners and the police to help people move along, as well as, our own properties around us. We have, the supports with our security team to really make contact, help people connect to resources, help them connect with our outreach team if we need to help with transitioning somebody and providing transportation and connect them to other agencies. And then again, if it all else comes to a head, then we can work with the local city agencies or police department to help people move along.
Thank you.
Josh, are these services you're offering or any other resources you're offering open only to the residents of the community that you're serving, or do you allow drop-ins, people just coming in, leaving? I mean, kind of a steady turnover. I know that's been one of the problems out at Cascade Gateway that's been discussed.
Yeah, so our micro shelters are closed campuses. Only our guests have access to the resources there. Not to say that some people can't walk up. We are in the middle of different neighborhoods, but we do our best just to work with them to get them connected to other resources. We don't have resources available for them there.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much. Zachary Dablow.
Good evening, councilors, mayor. Thank you for the time today. As you know, I represent Riches Management, which I'll be speaking to 5B today. We are the entity that initiated the petition for review and the reason for the additional findings on 5B. I come today to just speak to a couple other things to help make sure that the city's proceeding with a clear record. Some of the issues raised in the supporting materials are somewhat ambiguous as to exactly what's being approved and what the site safety would how it would be evaluated. For instance, some of the materials the church says no, there are no. It's a drug-free shelter. It's not. Police exhibit says yes, it is. I'll talk about what I mean by that. And Exhibit C, page 2 and page 7, it says quite clearly that the only thing prohibited is selling or trading of substances on the property. And if that were not ambiguous, it's clear that low barrier shelters are not focused on sobriety for means of admission, and that the micro shelters are low barrier shelters. The city's police response in Exhibit E says that controlled substances, weapons, and alcohol use are prohibited at the village. It's not quite clear how those two things mesh exactly. Similarly, with railway safety, we confirm that the empty lots closest to the railway are not part of the approved site. So then you have this move along aspect, which seems to be slightly unclear in its implementation, and that there's police availability limits for the unfunded mandate, if you will, for a response, and Marion County jail limitations in the police follow-up on the safety assessment. that makes it quite clear that the move along option may be somewhat limited. More specifically, we're talking about this area to the left here on this screen. And those are 150-foot privately owned swath of property. The police on Exhibit E, page 3, say that normally 98 officers would be assigned for patrol, but they have 75 available. Similarly, Marion County Jail limitations are saying that accused persons might be cited for crimes, but not necessarily removed from the scene. I hope the city will address in its findings how from these private lots in the 150-foot area next to the railway, they'll be able to move along given these limitations. And I thank you for your time. Would field any questions that you have for me.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? Yes, Councilor White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Dablo. I understand your concerns about having a drug-free environment. I'm curious, the apartments that you manage next door, is that a drug-free environment?
I'm sorry?
The apartments that you manage next door, is that a drug-free environment?
I don't believe that we tolerate illegal substances in our facilities.
Okay, do you monitor that actively?
Do we monitor people's rented private homes?
Right.
If there are complaints, yes.
Okay. And I'm curious, I know that your property is next door to this one. Have you had safety issues with the railroad tracks?
No, we haven't.
Okay. And do you have staff that are on site at your properties 24 hours a day monitoring your resident behavior and holding folks accountable if they don't behave according to your rules?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you. Mr. Dablo, have you been following our funding of the Community Sanitation Response Team that we voted on several months ago?
I'm sorry, I'm following.
Yeah, so as a city council, we approved funding for a Community Sanitation Response Team. Are you familiar with that?
Community Sanitation Response Team, not in this context, no.
Okay, so, since this was originally applied for, we have funded and are days away from standing up 2 sworn officers and public works and city staff dedicated to rapid response to camping in areas that are not allowed. So we have authorized substantial funds, hundreds of thousands of dollars, to making sure that we have the ability to respond in real time throughout our community, but especially it concerns in areas like Cascade Gateway and anywhere near managed micro shelter sites. So that sounds like that's new information for you.
I was aware of the pledge of the police in Exhibit E on my review of the materials. I don't see anywhere in the resolution how the site at 1280 Center Street is ear tagged for the program you just mentioned.
I mean, it's certainly my intention in voting for it to provide the level of support that's needed to have staff and police, sworn officers, to back them up to respond in real time to community members who have concerns adjacent to areas like managed micro shelter sites.
And I understand from the current resolution that that's limited to availability and prioritization, not a specific earmarking, correct?
I would defer to staff to answer that technical of a question, but we did not previously have a dedicated team available, 5 to 7 days a week. And we now will have a dedicated team with hundreds of thousands of additional dollars of funding per year to address, many of the concerns that you've listed. So I'm sure staff can provide you with more information on the Community Sanitation Response Team that includes additional funding for sworn officers as well as city staff.
Thank you for drawing that to my attention.
Thank you.
Gretchen Bennett, are you on with us right now? There you are. Could you help on I was thinking that this is a citywide program that is rapidly responsive to issues like the ones Mr. Dablo raised. Did I misunderstand what we're doing here?
You're absolutely correct, Mayor. And also Councillor Phillips, thank you for bringing attention. We're absolutely delighted to have the investment, the significant investment by the city and this team. We're in the interview stage right now for the
public works sanitation component, and we're excited about the ability of the team to be quickly responsive to situations throughout the city. We're absolutely going to pay quick attention to our micro shelter villages, as well as other locations, of course, that come to the mind of the city. But the Center Street location would, of course, be right up there as a location that we would visit regularly.
Would that staff also be available to maintain appropriate use of the strip? Mr. Zablo was talking about the property he was talking about between the shelter area, that larger area, and the railroad tracks. There is an area there, and I'm not clear. It appears not to be part of the project, but will there be staff available to assist there if we see camping begin on that strip or other uses there that are inappropriate?
Well, certainly, to the extent of our ability, yes. I mean, I recognize it's not a 24/7, 7-day-a-week team, but what it is a Monday through Friday team that this will be their primary priority, is addressing areas of camping that aren't legal, that aren't healthy, that aren't safe. And so absolutely. In the off hours, if there's an issue of concern, of course, we refer to the to our resources at our emergency response systems, whatever might be the most appropriate.
Yeah, okay. I will tell you, Mr. Zablo, 50 years ago, I lived on that site. There used to be a very tall apartment house and nobody checked on us. We were pretty much left alone as people in our 20s. So, and your building was there at that time. And I don't know if there were complaints or not, but we certainly were as interesting a crowd as you could attract at any given time. Okay. Yes, Councilor Nordyke, good to see you.
No worries.
Sorry, I have to watch. I apologize.
No worries. That's why I did the wave. Not a problem. Just a quick question. Good evening, Mr. Dablo. Have you toured any of our managed shelter sites?
I have not. I've toured the 1280 site significantly to look at its specific characteristics.
Fair enough. So I've toured them unannounced, which means there was no city staff there to calm people down. There were no Church of the Park officials to kind of tuck away unsightly things out of view. I can assure you the shelters that I have toured were spotless. They were clean. They were quiet. And we had excellent security. I would speak to the homeless individuals living there without anyone present to monitor them or to pressure them. And I would ask them point blank, do you feel safe here? Do you feel comfortable here? Has anyone mistreated you here? Has anyone been kicked out of here for messing, for not following the rules? And every time I talked to those folks, they said they felt safe. They said they appreciated the cleanliness, so they supported the cleanliness. So I hear your concerns. We've heard them before from other folks, from other shelter sites. And every time that we have gone forward with a temporary shelter site, such as the one at the fairgrounds, it was a success. It was clean, it was quiet, it was safe, it was secure. It did not have the problems of drugs and crime and tents piling up outside as people feared. So I would encourage you to take up Church of the Park at their offer for a free tour, or you can show up unannounced like I do. Well, maybe that's probably not recommended. I probably shouldn't recommend that. But I assure you, these sites work. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Dablo, for coming in. I hope we helped add some information, understanding that we may not have persuaded you completely, but I hope you heard the kind of program we're talking about, and we'll contact any of us or staff or anyone you need to get more information. If it would help out explaining what the plan is. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and granting me the time this evening. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to have a lot of people coming up here, and I want to alert everyone. I think we have about 36 people left to go. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Second by Phillips.
So we have item 3.1A, the May 23rd, 2022 draft city council minutes. Item 3.2A, a proposed fiscal year 2023 fee schedule. Item 3.2B, adopting the fiscal year 2023 parking district budget and setting the parking tax rate for the downtown parking district. Item 3.2C, acquisition of property for the Lancaster Drive Northeast and Watson Avenue Northeast pedestrian crossing project. Item 3.3A, real estate donation agreement with SFA2 LLC for acceptance of property near the intersection of Pringle Road Southeast and Hill Rose Street Southeast. Item 3.3B, amendment to purchase and sale agreement with Chan's LLC for disposition of surplus city property located at 2793 through 2797 12th Street Southeast. Item 3.3C, reallocate unallocated funds in the parking structures capital budget for the purpose of repairing elevators in Chemeketa Parkade. Item 3.3D, opioid settlement funds disposition. Item 3.3E, security officer compensation. Item 3.3F, grant agreements with the State of Oregon and Salem Housing Authority. Item 3.3G, amendment to lease with Church at the Park for city-owned real property located at 2640 Portland Road Northeast. Item 3.3H, city service and investment in response to the homeless emergency. 3.3I, recommended appointments and reappointments to the Citizen Budget Committee, Civil Service Commission, Downtown Advisory Board, Salem Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Salem Public Library Advisory Board, and that concludes the consent calendar.
Very good. Any questions? Okay, if the recorder could please call the roll.
Councillor Leung,
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councillor Hoy,
Aye.
Councillor Nordike,
Aye.
Councillor Varney,
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton,
Aye.
Councillor Anderson absent, Councillor Phillips,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. We'll then go to our first public hearing. This will be on the Our Salem Project. I want to just for a second mention that everyone gets 3 minutes except for the official spokesman of the neighborhood association who gets 5. So if you're going to try to represent a neighborhood association, please let me know. And then that would be about it. Just, oh yes, some folks did not use their full name in signing up. You're going to have to use your full name to sign up and speak on this for part of our record. So if you would please do that. So we'll move forward with Paul Schaefer.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor. I need
Sorry.
to read the, I need to read the
I'm
script.
sorry. Yeah, let's find out what we're talking about. I apologize.
That's okay. The City Council will conduct a combined public hearing for proposed updates to the Salem Area Comprehensive Plan and Map, Zoning Map, and Salem Revised Code to guide future growth and development in Salem, involving ordinances 9-22, 10-22, 11-22, and 12-22. The criteria applicable to the proposed amendments are SRC 64.020, 64.025, 265.010, and 110.085. Testimony must be directed toward the identified criteria or other criteria the person believes applies to the decision. The hearing will be conducted with a staff presentation first, followed by other interested persons. Neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes per association for testimony. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Eunice, are you doing the presentation? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
May I
you.
share my screen real quick. Can y'all see that? Great. So I'm Eunice Kim. I'm the Long Range Planning Manager for the City of Salem, here tonight to present the staff report for the Our Salem Project. As a reminder, the Our Salem Project is a multi-year project that we kicked off in 2018 to update our comprehensive plan. This is the high-level goals and policies and map that guides how we grow and develop in the future. We've been working a lot with the community on this project over the last 3.5 years. We've worked with the community in a lot of ways, both virtually and in person when we could. We've attended more than 260 meetings and events, and we've been very intentional about our outreach. We have worked to ensure that we really engaged groups that traditionally have not been engaged in planning work. That includes youth, communities of color, people with disabilities. So again, we've tried really hard to reach and work with as many groups as we could, understanding that we can't talk to every single person in the Salem area. As a result of all of that outreach is a proposal before you tonight. As a reminder, it includes several components. The first is updating the comprehensive plan. That again is goals and policies. Proposing changes to the comprehensive plan map and zoning map, and a proposed code amendment that includes recommendations from our zoning subcommittee. And last but not least, adopting our housing needs analysis. If the council adopts the proposed changes to our maps, we will have enough land for housing to meet our housing needs out to 2035, and this allows us to adopt our housing needs analysis. So all of the work before you tonight really addresses our community priorities. There are a lot of priorities in this community. Among them are addressing our housing needs. We've heard about some of that tonight. Reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, promoting equity, and much more. The draft comprehensive plan covers a wide variety of topics from economic development to parks and recreation, transportation, and climate change. I'm not going to go through them all, but I will highlight a few of them. We have a variety of goals and policies related to community engagement and equity. This is much more extensive than anything that's in our current comprehensive plan. And really what the goals and policies look to do is to embed equity in both how we do our outreach in the community, as well as the outcomes of our work, making sure that we're not, for example, negatively impacting underrepresented groups in a disproportionate way. We have a lot of goals and policies around housing, from encouraging a broad range of housing types to dispersing affordable and multifamily housing across the community. You will see that in our proposed map changes, we are advancing a lot of these goals and policies. In addition, we have goals and policies around economic development, from ensuring that we continue to support small businesses here in Salem, and also maintain a long-term supply of industrial land. We have policies around making sure that our developments in the future are pedestrian friendly, and they really support livability. A new chapter that we have in our draft comprehensive plan, the proposed comprehensive plan, is a chapter on climate change. This chapter, the goals and policies really look to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and improve our community's resiliency. We coordinated with the climate action plan work that the council accepted earlier this year to ensure that the strategies in that plan were rolled up to policies. So you'll see proposed policies around electric vehicles, around increasing our outreach, and again, making sure that we are more prepared and more resilient to activities and natural hazards. A lot of these goals and policies in this comprehensive plan are then reflected and implemented in our proposed changes to the comprehensive plan map. That is the high-level map that really looks at where the community wants to see different types of uses, different types of development in the future. We're also proposing changes to the zoning map. This is the more detailed map that underlies the comprehensive plan map. So at the comprehensive plan map level, you might see a designation that says commercial, but at the zoning map level, you'll see commercial office, commercial retail, commercial general. These changes, again, advance priorities in the community around housing, mixed use, and neighborhood hubs. This map shows where our existing multifamily housing land is located. We know that we need more multifamily housing in Salem, and we know that from our outreach, there's a desire to ensure that new multifamily land is really distributed across the community. This map shows where we're proposing to add additional multifamily land. It is distributed across the community, and by By making these changes on the map, we will again have enough land to meet our projected housing needs, which again lets us adopt our housing needs analysis. This map shows where our current mixed use land is. When we talk about mixed use in Salem, we really talk about flexibility. So our mixed use land is land where you could do multifamily housing, you could do office, you could do retail, you could do restaurants, or you could do a combination of all of the above, but it is not required. So this map shows that we're proposing to add a lot of mixed use land, more than 1,500 acres. You can see it here in pink. Much of this land is located really close to Chariot's core network. That is the network of frequent transit routes like on Commercial Street in Lancaster, where Chariot has committed to really keeping service and increasing service in the future. What we're trying to do with this is really encourage more housing and more mixed use development near transit. This again is in line with the Climate Action Plan. This map shows our proposed neighborhood hubs. There are 13. As a reminder, the neighborhood hubs would be a new zone that allows but does not require small-scale businesses in residential areas. The idea of the neighborhood hub really is to allow things like bookstores, coffee shops, retail spaces in neighborhoods so people can more easily walk to meet some of their daily needs, as opposed to having to drive to Commercial or downtown, for example. There are many changes that are proposed on the map that are actually just looking to resolve conflicts between that higher level comprehensive plan map and the zoning map. So there's instances, for example, where a property might be zoned for multifamily housing, but the higher level comprehensive plan map is designated industrial. It creates conflicts and challenges when a developer comes in and actually wants to develop under the zoning. And so we're trying to resolve those conflicts through this project. We have done a transportation analysis on all of these proposed map changes, looking at what the traffic volumes will be projected in 2035. So our analysis really compares what future development could look like under today's zoning versus what it could look like under the proposed zoning. So it's looking at two future cases and comparing the impact of those. The results of that analysis meets the requirements of the Transportation Planning Rule, and we did do this in coordination with the Oregon Department of Transportation. Another component of the Our Salem Project is a proposed code amendment. We're proposing several new zones as well as implementation of the zoning subcommittee. The first new zone is the neighborhood hub zone, which I just mentioned. Again, it allows a broad range of kind of neighborhood scale services and shops. We heard through our outreach that there are certain uses neighborhoods really didn't want to see, like nightclubs, liquor stores, tattoo parlors. So we're proposing to prohibit those uses in the neighborhood hub zone. We've also added a lot of standards to ensure those neighborhood hubs are more compatible with neighborhoods. So for example, there's limited hours of operation. There would be screening between a proposed neighborhood hub zone and the budding residential zone. Another zone that we're proposing to create is a mixed-use 3 zone. This would be largely, again, along that core network, that frequent transit route. It would allow the same uses as our commercial retail zone today, but it would allow multifamily housing outright. Again, we're trying to make it easier for people to develop housing, whether it's through infill, redevelopment, new development, near transit. We are also introducing a few pedestrian-friendly design standards to ensure that as that infill and redevelopment occurs, that development is more pedestrian friendly. Another zone that we're proposing to create is a mixed use riverfront zone. This is largely located north of downtown. We've worked with the Urban Development Department, property owners and businesses there to really allow a mix of uses along the river, require access to the river to promote that as an amenity, and allow limited manufacturing and warehousing in existing buildings, understanding that there are some industrial buildings there today. The zones are very similar to the mixed use 1 and 2 zones that were created several years ago. Last but not least, we are proposing to implement the recommendations of the zoning subcommittee. This was a subcommittee of 4 planning commissioners and 4 city councilors, and they looked at different options for reducing greenhouse gases from transportation, which is our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Salem. It really looks at, again, promoting more housing, more mixed use along the core network, and allowing neighborhood hubs in new subdivisions, new larger subdivisions as they develop on our vacant land. This again aligns with the climate action plan. After the Our Salem project is complete, there's a lot more work to do. One of the first projects we intend to undertake, if Our Salem is approved, is to update our transportation system plan. We have other work in terms of our parks master plan, our natural resources, our economic opportunities analysis, our housing production strategy, and a lot of work related to climate action, both at our local level and the state level, where there are rules that will be undertaking in terms of trying to implement that. So this is, Our Salem is kind of the first foundational step in doing all of this future work. So that wraps up my presentation. We are recommending that Our Salem essentially be adopted by advancing the ordinance bills before you. Happy to
Great,
answer
thank
any
you very
questions.
much. We'll be back. We'll look forward to talking with you about other issues that councilors want to hear about, but we'll begin first with the folks that have signed up to testify. Again, 5 minutes for the representative of a neighborhood association, 3 minutes for everyone else, and those of you who signed just your name and an initial, please give us your full name for the record so we can have a good record of who's spoken here. Okay, Paul Schaefer.
Good evening. My name is Paul Schaffer, and I'm here to speak in support of ordinances number 922, 1022, and 1122. Specifically, and speaking for my family, we support the change to the zoning designation industrial commercial for property adjacent to I-5 in what is now called the Fairview Industrial Park. We feel that the zoning change is supported by the Morningside Neighborhood Comprehensive Plan for properties within the Fairview Commerce Center, and it would benefit the Morningside residential area by minimizing additional traffic in those areas and providing continuity of design and use for properties along Fairview Industrial Drive. Around 30 years ago, our father purchased this land with the ultimate intent to develop the property. Our family are not property developers, but we have held the property for investment for all of these years. Since then, water and utilities have become available, new roads and sidewalks have been built, and other industrial style buildings have been erected in that area. The city population has grown by about 300% since I was growing up in West Salem, which of course has made the urban planning process that we're doing here even more important. Regarding our property, our ultimate goal is, of course, development of our property. And although the final type of development is still unknown, the desire of the city to rezone to industrial commercial supports the flexibility that we need for the property. Our expectation is that any development on the property will bring significant investment dollars to Salem and conform, of course, in every particular as far as design, landscaping, surface water control standards, and other specifications that the city of Salem has. We strongly believe that the development of our property will add to the economic strength and clean development that the city seeks. Our view, of course, of the city's comprehensive plan is a narrow view, but in our reading of the plan and the Our Salem Project, we strongly believe that it benefits all stakeholders of the city. I have provided additional written feedback to the council, and it should already be part of the record. I'd like to thank the council members for their tireless work, which truly serves everyone in Salem, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaffer. Is your testimony sort of the conclusion of it? Have you got the zoning you want here? I mean, have you?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
that is exactly, we're looking, and we believe that is what the zoning should be given the area around our property.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thanks. Raj Sharak.
Good evening, councilors. Yes, I'm Raj Sharak, and I'm here tonight representing SCAN, the South Central Association of Neighbors. And SCAN is in wards 2 and 7. Tonight, SCAN requests the mixed-use 2 zone be applied to Commercial Street from Mission Street to Vista Avenue. Specifically, we we request changing the proposed mixed use 1 zone to mixed use 2 between Mission Street and Myers Street. And that section is shown on map 119 of the proposed zoning changes, if you have access to see that. And then also, we request changing the proposed mixed use 3 zone to mixed use 2 on commercial from Superior to Jarrah Street, and then on south on the east side only of commercial, on south down to Vista Avenue, including properties on both sides of Vista Avenue. We made this request at the Planning Commission hearing March 15, and following that hearing, staff in its response to SCAN's request said, and quote, staff has no objection to SCAN's request to rezone this southern part of Commercial Street southeast to MU2. And then at the Planning Commission's hearing, April 9th, well, not at the hearing, after the hearing, the April 19 meeting, Commissioner Slater made 2 motions in support of SCAN's request for that section just south of Mission, and then the further south section proposed for mixed use 3. Those the motion concerning the changing the mixed use 3 section failed on a tie vote of 3-3. The other motion for the section from Mission to Myers failed on a vote of 2-4. But SCAN favors or thinks the mixed use 2 is the most appropriate mixed use zone because residential uses abut the proposed mixed use zone, right, particularly on the west side of Commercial. And the mixed use 2 would just be more compatible. It's less intense, not quite as tall buildings. It'd just be more compatible to the adjacent residence uses and for the larger community. But we are particularly opposed to the mixed use 3 zone that's proposed from Superior down to Vista. And do I get a, oh, they gave me a few more minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, Roz.
No, that's it. Those lots, they're of course along Commercial Street. It's on the Chariots core network. We agree that is a good location for pedestrian-friendly commercial and residential uses that can rely on transit. In fact, that's the whole rationale behind these mixed-use zones, to create complete neighborhoods where people, if they choose, can rely on transit and not have to drive to get between home, work, shopping, recreation. And we agree with that approach. But the mixed-use 3 zone kind of wastes that potential of the core network because it includes a number of vehicle-dependent uses that do not need to be located on the core network. And plus, the mixed-use 3 zone is much more intense. It's larger buildings. And again, we have residential uses right adjacent to that proposed zone. And so, for example, the vehicle-dependent uses allowed in the mixed-use 3 zone, not allowed in mixed-use 2, includes like vehicle dealerships, motor vehicle services, including gasoline stations, commercial standalone surface parking lots for park and ride, drive-throughs for any of the uses allowed in the zone, and others. So, and this is the section that staff noted that they did not object to a mixed use 2 instead of mixed use 3, and that Commissioner Slater's motion barely failed with the 3-3 tie. So we hope councilors will consider those factors in your decisions about what indeed is the best mixed use zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Roz. Roz, will you be, you or the neighborhood group be supplying us with a motion, or does someone here have a motion from SCAN to present?
Well, I didn't think we could. I didn't think we could.
I just don't have it.
Do a motion, and I mean, I did ask for our counselors, Counselor Anderson and Nordyke's support on this. We are in those wards, but not to the extent that I wrote up a motion or anything.
No, you don't need it tonight, but you asked for quite a bit. I mean, it's somewhat, and I'm trying to follow it here on the map, and I'm just wondering if the counselors will, I just suggest it, the counselors write it up or you make it available to us. So Counselor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Roz, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure I followed everything, though, because there was a lot packed into that 5 minutes. I was on the subcommittee that created those zones along the core network there, and we spent a lot of time really focusing on those different setbacks and different uses. And, ultimately, I think it's been a number of months ago, but if I'm remembering correctly, the only difference really in some of those is adding 2 additional stories to some buildings. And it's really giving us, we're in a housing crisis, and it really just gives us more housing opportunities, and it allows buildings to pencil out better in an area where those types of uses already exist. So along Commercial and along Liberty and a lot of those places, those are already offices, right? They're houses that have been converted and different things. So I would like to understand just in your own words, what is the objection to what staff is proposing and what's been proposed? What do you see as the difference between that and what you would like to see?
Okay, well, as you know, the mixed use 2 zone is the least intensive, I'll call it. It does have less density because it allows buildings only up to 55 feet, whereas the mixed use 1 zone allows up to 65 feet. So that does allow another story or floor or maybe 2. And then the mixed use 3 zone allows up to a 70-foot building. And again, the strip right along Commercial, up just south of Mission Street, there's a lot, it's residential use right adjacent to that. And it's even the multifamily uses up there are no higher, there's nothing higher than 2 stories, really anywhere along there. And continuing on down Commercial. So you have these 2 stories that would be directly adjacent to possibly 65, 70-foot buildings. So it's that compatibility issue. And yes, we appreciate that, the taller the building, the more housing the city could provide. But at the same time, a 55-foot high building allowed by the mixed use 2 zone, that makes huge progress towards meeting housing needs. And there's nothing in any of the findings the city doesn't actually need those, say, 2 extra floors of housing to meet its housing needs analysis or anything. It's not, penciled out that finely. So we think the mixed use 2 provides plenty of density, definitely increased density for the neighborhood. Now, the mixed use 1 and the mixed use 2 zones, the uses in those zones are virtually the same. I think they are exactly the same. So there's no issue with use. But the mixed use 3 zone is quite a different situation because it does allow basically the same uses allowed in the commercial retail, and staff kind of wanted to have a zone that allows those uses. But we would argue that the commercial corridor being part of the core network for transit probably isn't the best place for mixed use 3. It is a good place for mixed use 1 and 2, but why do we want surface parking lots? How does that serve the goals of the city for walkable, complete neighborhoods? Car dealerships. We just think it's a much better use of that core network to have the mixed use 2 rather than 3. particularly because of those vehicle dependent uses.
Thank you.
Counselor, this reminds me just a little bit of some of the discussion that went on around State Street, the height, primarily the
Yes.
height issue. That might be an interesting place to, not for the other counselors to take a look at that debate, that discussion, because it really kind of opened up a discussion around this kind of height impact and what that means to the adjacent single family. So.
And could I just mention in answer to the mayor's question, I will say that in our written testimony, which is in your record, when we note about Commissioner Slater's motions at the Planning Commission, that's in our written testimony for tonight's hearing.
Oh,
and his motions are exactly what our request is. So if anyone's looking for a motion, I would suggest you can use Commissioner Michael Slater's motions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roz, very much. Vanessa, did you want to be recognized?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chuck. So, Roz is proposing a frankly very dense and complicated set of recommendations we make. So I'm not ready to make a motion now, and I don't think now is really the right moment to make a motion in the middle of the hearing. I do want to point out staff has no objection to the request to rezone a southern portion of Commercial Street to MU2. And according to staff, the only reason they did not incorporate that into the proposals because the Planning Commission voted against it ultimately. But if staff doesn't have an objection to it, I certainly am supportive of that. Great. So I think that what we should do is we've got a lot more testimony ahead of us. So I don't want us to spend all night on this one facet. I do want to thank SCAN for their information. And I also want to point out that the difference between MU1 and MU2 in terms of taller buildings is only a 10-foot difference. MU1 allows 65 feet versus 55 feet. Now that, to me, a pedestrian on a street corner, I don't see visually a big difference between 55 and 65, but I do know that when it comes to getting a document, or not a document, but a building to pencil out, that 10 feet difference can make the difference for developers who are trying to thread the needle of adding more housing and adding in a more affordable rate. So Roz, I'm happy to talk with you to the extent ex parte rules permit me to do so, but I know we have a lot more to discuss tonight. So I want to put a pin in this and continue discussion at an appropriate time.
Right, and you're exactly right. Tonight's not the night. We're going to have more nights. I think this is a complicated enough issue. We'll get to spend oodles of time, but I think if you're thinking about it, and particularly with complicated requests like that we get ahead of them a little bit anyway. Councilor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the councilors who spoke and had questions before me. They asked some of my questions. Roz, thank you for your testimony tonight. Help me understand what the weighting is, if there is weighting to the opposition to the current proposal. I've heard you and as a representative of the SCAN neighborhood pushing back because you feel that the 70-foot height is too high. And I've also heard that you're concerned about some of the uses allowed under mixed use 3. Is it really 50-50 in terms of those two concerns, or is it more the height in adjacent to other neighborhoods nearby?
Well, I don't know if I could frame it like that comparison. In that section south of Mission to Myers, which is proposed for mixed use 1, that's purely a compatibility issue. A 55-foot building to us is more compatible than a 65-foot, but the uses are the same. The design standards are a little different that go along with that higher building. But for the mixed use 3, yeah, it's definitely the use issue, which is really a broad city. Like, what's the best planning decision for the benefit of the whole city in terms of making the best use of that core network area versus, so there's that issue, but then, yeah, it's also a compatibility issue with the adjacent residents. And I mean, I will remind people when we're talking about that mixed use 3 section through Scan, and Scan's boundary ends at Vista Avenue, but including lots on both sides. We're only talking about the east side of commercial, not the west side. So it's not like we're asking for that entire block, I mean, that entire section along commercial, just the east side. We don't presume to, you know, say what's best for the neighborhood association on our western boundary.
Thank you for that clarification. And then just briefly, I'll comment that I served on that commission that created this zone, and it really was thought out. And, you know, there was actually discussion of not having a height limit. The reason is, as a city, we don't have funding sufficient to fix the housing deficit. You know, last month we had a work session with multiple municipalities discussing, you know, the housing deficit on the West Coast. And the state of Oregon, to my recollection, has a deficit of 110,000 housing units across the state. So our proportion as a city is around 5,000 housing units, give or take, if you just do a simple divide by the population of state versus our city. So we're looking at creative ways to, you know, provide incentives to developers to get them to build, you know, facilities that have not yet been built. So I can certainly appreciate that when it's, you know, near your neighborhood, you know, giving us the real feedback is helpful. But there are reasons why we chose to proceed with this that do help us move the needle on climate action and the housing crisis together. I don't feel that I understand and fully appreciate the uses that you're describing. It makes me a little bit concerned to hear about surface parking lots without further context. So I'll probably need to talk to staff. But I thank you for, you know, your testimony, and I certainly respect Commissioner Slater.
Hey, thank you very much. All right, thanks, Roz. Veronica Carlos Cabrales. Veronica.
Muy buenas tardes, miembros del concilio de nuestra ciudad de Salem. Mi nombre es Verónica Carlos y soy miembro fundadora del concilio de vecinos de familia de Coleman en Norgate.
Good evening, members of our Salem City Council. My name is Veronica Carlos, and I am a founding member of the Hallman Northie Neighborhood Family Council.
Como madre de niños que van a la escuela de la primaria Hallman y vecinos, nos unimos hace 16 meses para poner las voces de nuestra comunidad de inmigrantes latinos y de bajos ingresos en el centro de todas nuestras actividades comunitarias con familias y vecinos para hacer que nuestro parque Norgate sea más seguro para visitar y disfrutar.
We, moms with children going to Hallman Elementary and neighbors, came together 16 months ago to put the voices of our low-income and Latino immigrant community at the center of our community activities with families and neighbors to make our Northgate neighborhood park safer to visit and enjoy.
Para hacer eso, el verano pasado del 2021, organizamos 8 viernes de diversión en el parque Northgate para traer 49 organizaciones y agencias comunitarias para compartir sus recursos con nuestras familias en nuestro vecindario del noroeste de Salem.
To do that, last summer, 2021, we hosted 8 Fun Fridays at Northgate Park to bring 49 community organizations and agencies to share their resources with our families in Northeast Salem neighborhoods.
Con la ayuda de nuestros voluntarios y simpatizantes recibimos un promedio de 330 participantes cada viernes por un total de 3,000 participantes.
With the help of many volunteers and supporters, we hosted an average of 330 participants each Friday for a total of almost 3,000 participants.
Con los esfuerzos de nuestro concilio y los vecinos de Northgate, nuestra ciudad de Salem nos otorgó un premio de reconocimiento voluntarios de la comunidad para el año 2021.
For our councils and Northgate neighbors' efforts, our City of Salem gave us an award recognition, Community Volunteers for the year of 2021.
Este próximo mes de julio, en medio de esta fuerte inflación económica, volveremos a organizar 4 viernes de diversión en el Parque Northgate los días 8, 15, 22 y 29 de julio.
This next month of July, in the middle of this hard economic inflation, we are hosting once again 4 Fun Fridays at Northgate Park, July 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th.
Por eso queremos cambiar la forma en que la gente piensa acerca de la reputación de nuestro vecindario, en especial el Parque Northgate. Necesitamos que las familias regresen al parque con confianza y se sientan seguros de llevar a sus hijos a jugar.
We want to change the way people think about our neighborhood's reputation, especially given the incidents that have occurred in the Northgate Park. We want families to return to the park with confidence that there is security to bring their children.
Miembros del concilio de nuestra ciudad de Salem, necesitamos de su apoyo ahora. Les solicitamos que voten sí para eliminar la tarifa del uso del Parque Northgate durante los 4 viernes de julio.
City of Salem council members, we need your support. We are requesting that you vote yes to waive the Northgate Park use fees for the 4 Fun Fridays.
Al renunciar a esta tarifa de uso del parque, nos están apoyando en nuestro esfuerzo de recaudar fondos para alimentar a cientos de familias y niños participantes de nuestro viernes de diversión en el Parque Northgate. Por su atención le damos las gracias y pues esperamos con su colaboración. Gracias.
By you waiving the park use fees, you are supporting us in fundraising efforts to feed hundreds of Fun Fridays at Northgate Park participant families and children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes. Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say gracias a ustedes para todo tu ayuda. Gracias a todos los voluntarios y a las familias para todo lo que hacen. Gracias.
Gracias. Sí, gracias.
Thank you. Jose.
Thank you, Mayor. Verónica, muchísimas gracias por tomarse el tiempo. ¿Verdad? Y no, gracias a usted. ¿Verdad? Ya me comuniqué con los de la ciudad, los empleados, ¿verdad? Para lo que es el proceso, ¿verdad? Y el proceso va a ser hablar con los empleados. Y ahorita te puedo poner que son con ellos, para que él comience el proceso de ese lado y luego regrese con nosotros, y así para apoyarte. Yo estoy 100% de acuerdo con el apoyo.
Oh, muchas gracias.
I just wanted to share that Veronica and the team are doing a great job. They're making a real difference. As it was mentioned, they won a Community Service Award last year. And the process here in checking with the city attorney was for them to work with staff to work on that part and then come back to us. So that'll be the next steps. But I just want to let you know that we're in full support. 100% apoyo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Councilor Nordyke, did you want to?
Nope, I was just saying estoy de acuerdo. I agree.
Okay, very good. Thanks again. Hannah Annenson.
Hello, my name is Hannah Annenson, and I am representing our properties up there in Orchard Heights about the Our Salem plan. We are here to ask that the City Council remove the rezoning of the properties adjacent and around our property due to an over surplus. It has been stated that city staff would agree in removal of the rezoning from single residential to MU2, as the city has 60 acres of surplus, and our collective 22 acres would not be necessary in order to meet the plans for the City of Salem. Additionally, the property across the street is being rezoned for MU2 and is 133 acres. and would allow for adequate multifamily housing, whereas our individual properties are individually owned and were incorrectly justified as partially vacant by the city's definition. And so we are asking that you as council members remove the 22.7 acres on the opposite side of Orchard Heights, as there is a current surplus in MU2 rezoning, and our properties do not currently meet the definition as stated in city planning.
Thank you.
It was short and sweet.
That really was. Councilor Varney, are you familiar with this one of this proposal?
Yes, I am. I am. I've
So
read.
you'll be tracking this one.
I am.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marjorie Kemitz.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Thanks for listening. I'm doing an update on a report that I presented to Planning Commission about property that is currently for sale in my neighborhood. It has some issues with water.
Right, okay.
And it's such that basically I sent an email with attachments to all of you on May 17th, and so I won't get into that. But here's the new information. One of them is that Creekside neighborhood, which is right up the street from the Taccio property, has had trouble with its golf course and keeping it in the black. And it's having additional issues now. And the owner may sell the golf course and plan to build 264 houses in that space. That's the first update. The second one is that the Land and Conservation and Development Commission has adopted 3 temporary rules that are now in effect. One is to designate climate-friendly areas central to future developments. The second is to provide abundant vegetation and tree canopy for shade and cooling. And the third is to put multifamily housing near single homes to increase housing options. And this was part of our neighborhood initial concern was that the trees would be, many of them that are over 12 inches in diameter would just be completely torn down. We wanted at least a barrier of trees around the 40-some houses that surround this property, which is 13.3 acres. The third update is from Mark Wigg of Northwest Trust. He visited the property and he says that there is a very good chance that there need to be protection and or mitigation because there are probably wetlands and or creeks in the area, which we find to be the truth. Any developer will need to survey and locate every tree over 12
Thank you,
inches.
Marjorie.
Yes.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
you've submitted written testimony, right? I recall
did.
it. Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions?
Nope, I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Sorry, just
Here's
really.
somebody.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Marjorie, is one of your concerns flooding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Check the email with the picture of the house on 50, the last house on Widgeon. There's flooding.
Chester Annenson.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Good evening, councilors. I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. The matter I would like to bring to your attention is regarding the 12 residential properties in West Salem, which are currently being proposed to be changed to RM2 as a part of our Salem plan. I'd like to note that the issue I plan to discuss has been brought forward by myself and numerous other members of the community, both in public testimony and written testimony. The first issue regarding the proposed zone change is that based on flawed assumptions regarding the land itself. The group of concerned neighbors and myself have been told that the City of Salem staff, including Ms. Eunice Kim, have expressed that the change is not necessary and they will support the removal of it from our Salem plan. The justification used by the city in rezoning the land to RM2 is that it was partially vacant. This definition of partially vacant as used by the city or 660-038-01202B has strict criteria which are not met for at least 5 of the 12 parcels. The remaining parcels are not contiguous and therefore unsuitable for development of RM2. I'll note that those that are not familiar with the subject properties, that most of the parcels are small and only 2 are over 5 acres and they're owned by separate individuals. Overall, every parcel except for 2 are developed with an existing home and most are with additional buildings. Development of these properties RM2 would require demolishing existing homes and structures. The subject properties have substantial tree canopy, nearly all of which have been would have to be removed for RM2 to be constructed, including associated buildings, driveways, and parking. In addition, there are a handful of protected species that call the tree canopy home and would displace them upon the development. The need to balance inventory to RM2 housing with the housing needs analysis is a justification for this change. However, the current Our Salem proposal has 60-acre surplus of RM2. Therefore, rezoning our collective 22.77 acres is not necessary. The local residents do not desire the proposed change, as evidenced by our multiple efforts, both written and verbal, at Planning Commission and community meetings. We also would like to highlight that 133 acres of adjacent property are to be rezoned MU2. This large parcel has an adequate space and construction for multifamily housing, which could be incorporated into our Salem vision of a walkable neighborhood with single and multifamily housing, shopping, eateries, and nearby schools and parks. We please ask you to move forward with the ask to remove the collective 22.77 acres from the proposed rezoning. And we thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilor Varney.
Thank you. And thank you, Chester. And thank you, Hannah. I didn't say thank you before for being here to talk about this. One quick question now, is this property that you're referring to, is it within the city limits or is it outside of it?
I'm not 100% sure of that off the top of my head as it sits today, so I can't accurately speak to that. I would believe that if it is in city limits.
Okay, thank you for answering. Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right, we'll move on then to Mark Shipman.
Good evening, Mayor Bennett and City Councilors. For the record, I'm Mark Shipman. I'm a land use attorney with Sawfield Griggs, 250 Church Street, Suite 200, Salem, Oregon, 97301. Here this evening on behalf of the property owner at Kubler and 27th Street in Southeast Salem. Also here with me this evening, virtually that is Jeremy Shanefelder. He is the Director of Development for the property owner. We previously appeared before you on this property for the applicant-initiated zone change request, which you recently sent back to the Planning Commission for further deliberation and findings on the mixed-use zone proposal. Concurrently, we also had a companion request through the Our Salem process to take the property from residential agriculture to commercial retail or to the mixed-use zone. But all the while, staff was consistently holding firm that they wanted to see commercial office. We're here this evening because this property was removed entirely from the Our Salem process. We believe that was a mistake and it should be added back in as staff had initially proposed. You see, the underlying RA zone is really not appropriate. Staff recognizes this, but felt that going to commercial retail was too far. We sought the mixed use zone proposal, but that was too fluid for staff and for the Planning Commission. The commercial office zone feels better than keeping it as residential agriculture, as it will help meet the city's long-term housing goals by allowing for more housing opportunities than the RA zone. We respectfully request that you add this property back into Ordinance 9-22 and 10-22 as commercial office as originally proposed. I know that staff feels that our applicant-initiated zone change request has merit and it should be approved, but we're still a ways out from seeing that happen. And frankly, it's not guaranteed that it will be approved as we've requested. In the meantime, it makes sense to bring this property into Our Salem as commercial office now, with the understanding that if our applicant-initiated zone change request gets approved by the Planning Commission and it's not appealed, then our applicant-initiated zone change request to the mixed-use zone would take precedence over the Our Salem process. That's how staff had initially proposed it and how we understood coming into tonight's hearing. At this time, I'd like to thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have of me or Mr. Shanefelter as the owner's representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? I'm not sure what to ask you exactly, Mark, but I know there's a question in my head. I was just trying to figure it out. Have you talked to the city attorney about your proposal, sort of this? It sounds like you're coming at us on two fronts, and I'm trying to figure out which front you want and which one's appropriate. Have you talked to Dan or to the planners to kind of get this sorted out? Dan, have you dealt with this at all? It's a little confusing to me when you're sort of hopscotching around on this stuff, I guess. That's all. Not that you are, it's just how it plays.
That's okay. I know, Mayor. It is. I don't intend for it to be confusing. I've not spoken to Dan or to Tom. I've spoken with Lisa about this. And my understanding is that we can make the ask that for the property to be brought back in as CO. We're just trying to proceed as we've understood since the Our Salem process started, that we could go with the CO proposal as recommended by staff and the Planning Commission under Our Salem. But at the same time, we wanted a different zoning on that property, which is why we filed and got approval initially by the Planning Commission for the commercial retail under the applicant-initiated request. The two may seem inconsistent, but at the core, really what we're seeking, Mayor, is we're seeking something different than RA, and that's our simple request.
Except I wonder, Mark, if what happened was essentially you got a clean slate to start over with, and you got the RA you had, and now you're back to the RA, and you can come in with your proposal. Again, it is a little, Dan, can you straighten this out for me a little bit?
I don't know that I can add much to the conversation. I think you've stated the confusion well, and that's probably one of the reasons planning has opted to remove it. Lisa Anderson and Norm Wright are available to maybe speak more directly to that.
We'll ask about them, I guess, when they're up. Or Norm, do you want to?
I was going to recommend actually to wait until the later stages to talk with staff, and Lisa can speak to it.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Anyone else want to ask Mark? Maybe you can get it squared away. Okay. Jeremy Schoenfelder. Is he here? There he is.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Schoenfelder with Mosaic Development. Address is 1900 Hines Street Southeast here in Salem, Oregon. And appreciate you having us here, and I'll kind of make it quick here just to not prolong this, but just want to reiterate a little bit about what Mark said. The confusion that we have, I'll say on our side, is we understand that everybody looks at this property as it needing to be something different than what it is. We have, slightly different opinions than what other people have. However, it does seem like everybody's on the same page that this is a commercial corridor and it needs to be something than what its current zoning is. Staff went through the whole Our Salem process, and it feels to me, or at least appears that they certainly think it's better off served as something that provides, more of a commercial use of some sort. They previously slated it as commercial office. I agree with you 100%, Mr. Mayor. That's not our ideal situation. However, the thought process that if we are not successful in our proposed application, that it then is back to a zone that it feels like nobody believes is correct for this particular area. Again, it's on a major arterial. Just seems a little bit weird. We've had the same questions that I think everyone has, from a legal perspective. Well, how does this work when there's these two sort of parallel, zone changes going on, one city led and one applicant led, and we honestly haven't gotten a good answer to that. We hope that we'll be successful, but again, we have to go back and work with, the neighborhood association, and again with staff, we're updating a bunch of numbers and stuff with that. But the reality is we don't know if we will be successful, and we don't know if it will ultimately get approved with what our proposal is. So the real thought is just to look at it as, well, let's talk about the worst case scenario. Does anybody want this to be as RA, be zoned RA? I don't believe that's the case from what everybody's looked at this piece. So we would ask that it's put back into Our Salem as CO. We maybe have other conversations that we need to have about what happens from a timing perspective here. I think you gave me a little jab, Mr. Mayor, last time we were here with our applicant-led one when we were at council, saying that you didn't know how long it would take for Our Salem to pass. So I appreciate that, and I understand it. So we just think it needs to be something that everybody, at least something that everybody believes it's generally associated for.
Okay. Councillor Hoy.
Actually, I'll wait till after Councillor Phillips. I was just going to request a 5-minute break after Mr. Shanefield is done. Thank you, because I think we've got about another hour of public testimony on this hearing, and so it seems like a really nice time for a 5-minute break after this one.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Think about that 5-minute break coming up.
I don't mean to delay everybody's break, but thank you, Councillor Hoy. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jeremy, for providing us your feedback tonight and your request. I think I'm starting to understand the concept that you're discussing, and I'd like to have an open mind. I can't recall if city staff, gave us the data last time around that the trip analysis would have been okay if we were at that commercial office. I don't know if you know that off the top of your head, because the original proposal had issues with traffic. And that was the one remanded back to the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct. The traffic thing, and this is a little bit my perspective, so you might want to double check this with staff, but the biggest concern on traffic, on the traffic analysis that we had done, had to do with our source of counts and our source of data. Because Costco at the time when we started had not been open, and staff was concerned that the theorized traffic counts that we used for what the Costco impact would be were incorrect. That to me was there were a few other smaller issues, I'll say, but that to me was the crux of it. So and we are working with that as going through our process as we've been remanded back to Planning Commission. But we don't have that data back. They're literally working on it right now. Our traffic engineer. So we don't know what it will be, right? So that's the issue that we have with that.
So my next question may be impossible. I might not even be able to ask it, but my question is there a possibility if this goes through as a commercial office as you're recommending, would that create some possibility of you withdrawing the application, your client, the property being withdrawn from the application process through the Planning Commission?
No, I mean our goal still is to do what we were presenting at the appeal hearing. I can't remember the date of that off the top of my head, but that's certainly our goal. The thought simply for this, to be perfectly honest, is if we are unsuccessful, because nobody knows what the end result of this will be, it makes sense that this should be the default of this should be CO versus RA is sort of what we're saying. Of course, we want to do what we think is best for our own property. That's the reason that we're going through our applicant-led one. But we just don't see the rationale in it being, if that doesn't happen, when everybody thinks it should be some other zoning, that it stays RA as a default, as a backstop default, or however you want to term that.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm going to call a 5-minute, or do you want?
I was just gonna, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just to forecast for my colleagues here, I intend at some point this evening to make a motion to continue this hearing and not actually make a final decision tonight. So I don't want people to be frantically thinking they have to write down all of these requests that you're thinking might be worthy. We'll have time to consider them with staff. I intend to offer a motion so we don't actually make a final decision this evening. So just wanted to let people know that.
Yeah, we'll be lucky to make a final decision in the next couple of months, I think. There's a lot here. So people don't, I think you're absolutely right to warn folks off. 5-minute recess. We'll be back together then at about 8:06. Okay? call us back to order if I join up here. Just a couple of.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, we'll start in again. EM, you're up. But you got to turn on your mic.
Apologies.
No,
Good evening, Mayor Bennett and council members. I'm EM Easterly, Ward 8. The update of the Our Salem Comprehensive Plan map before you this evening is described in the draft plan as follows. Quote, the Comprehensive Plan map, a key part of the Salem Comprehensive Plan, is a controlling instrument that illustrates the location of different land use designations in the Salem urban area. All land in the Salem urban growth boundary shall have a land use designation, unquote. For more than 5 years, I have submitted requests to Salem Planning Department to correct Salem Comp Plan map boundary errors that do not comply with the legal requirements of the Salem Revised Code. Initially, staff acknowledged my concerns, offered inaccurate explanations, and indicated that the issues would be addressed when council updates the comp plan map. Tonight, you are formalizing that update, or at least beginning to. Of the 6 specific legal challenges I have submitted, just one is included in the proposed map changes for council. That specific example is the only legal challenge actually reviewed in detail by a deputy city attorney 3 years ago. The remaining 5 comp plan map legal challenges remain in limbo. While I am supportive of the Our Salem comp plan and the comp plan map changes, the map changes you will adopt under the Our Salem process fail to comply with the adopted boundaries of the Salem city limits, the Salem urban growth boundary, and the legally adopted Salem Willamette Greenway boundary. Accordingly, I request the council direct the city's legal staff to address each of the remaining comp plan map legal challenges during fiscal 2022-23, and that such instructions be formally adopted by council. I thank you, council members, for your service and for addressing my concerns.
Great, thank you, EM. So just so I understand, what you're asking for is a city attorney review in advance of adoption to just address each of these separate boundary issues that you're talking about?
Mr. Mayor, it does not have to be before the adoption of the map, just that for the council to recognize that the map you adopt has been, is, and will be in legal error at some point. If it takes another year to get that cleaned up, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, great. Thank you, EM. Any questions? Okay. Charlene Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor Bennett and councilors. My name is Charlene Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Ward 6. My request this evening is that your approval of the zoning map does not include a zoning change to property ID 555931, address 2390 Brown Road, so that we in our neighborhood may maintain the safety improvements that we have gained. I joined you prematurely with this request at your December meeting, and you appropriately redirected me to the Planning Commission meeting. I, my neighbors, and the North Lancaster Neighborhood Association provided written testimony. I testified at the March Planning Commission meeting, and in April, our North Lancaster Neighborhood Association chair testified as well. All of this testimony is seeking the same outcome. My written testimony provided photographs to help illustrate we do not support this zoning change because we want to maintain the safety improvements we have gained with bike lanes and sidewalks. I do want to share that I do support the category of a neighborhood hub zone. I believe it provides a very good framework for planning and future development. I also support the public comment process because not every framework fits universally in every neighborhood in our city. Our neighbors have successfully used the public comment process to gain safety improvements such as bike lanes and sidewalks, and also to gain improvements in our parks. We, and I comfortably say we, because the testimony includes many neighbors in our neighborhood association, believe this rezoning could jeopardize the safety that we have gained. We prioritize safety over business opportunities in our neighborhood. I implore you to honor the comment process and utilize our feedback so our neighborhood maintains the safety and livability we have worked so hard to achieve. I thank you for hearing my testimony and I welcome any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any questions? Great. That was really helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jean Belanti.
Bolanti.
Hey.
Thanks. Well, good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Thanks for the time. My name is Gene Belanti. I'm at 3147 Orchard Heights Road Northwest in Salem, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my family and concerned neighbors located on the north side of the 3100 block of Orchard Heights Road Northwest. Our properties are proposed to be zoned as multifamily within the comprehensive plan. Currently, they are zoned single family under the residential Polk County. We're within UGB, but we're outside the city of Salem. And our neighborhood contains established single family homes along with mature landscaping, and we do not support the change to multifamily use for the comprehensive plan. We submitted written testimony that was provided by Wallace Lean, explaining our concerns in detail. A quick review of that letter outlines that for the most part, the parcels are small and would be difficult to combine for a successful multifamily development. Several of the proposed lots do not qualify as partially vacant as described by staff during their review of our site to convert to multifamily. And staff has also agreed that the needed amount of multifamily is in excess of about 60 acres. And the removal of our 23 acres, the need for multifamily would still be met under the comprehensive plan. And the last item, even though it can't be taken in consideration, is the 133 acres on the south side of Orchard Heights is now proposed as all mixed use, all 133 acres. And within this zone, multifamily can occur, but single family cannot. The likelihood of multifamily within the MU2 zone is great, but I understand it can't be counted towards multifamily as there's no comparisons yet. Therefore, I'm asking City Council to please remove our portion of land north of Orchard Heights as multifamily under the comprehensive plan and maintain it as single family zoning. Thank you.
Mr. Belanti, I'm curious. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Did Wally, when he gave you your kind of memo on this thing, I apologize, I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but did he talk at all about the density that can occur on single family lots that you can kind of get up toward triplex quads on those single family under state law? That you can get to at least a kind of light multifamily density?
We did briefly talk about that, but not in depth.
Okay. I just wondered. I think that would be an interesting thing maybe to explore along the way and see what you'd like to, if you want to come back and talk to us some more as this progresses. Because I think that's an interesting, single family doesn't quite mean single family anymore, not after state laws changed. And that's, I just wonder if folks understand that.
Yeah, it's my understanding that even within the single family zone, I think you're right. You can have up to fourplexes and that is what it is. I think we were just trying to avoid the megaplex next to the existing family homes that would remain.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
No, it does. It does.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that because we hear a lot about single family home designation without sometimes getting to the subtleties of what single family homes mean now that the legislature's changed it.
Yep.
Okay. Sounds good. Councilor Varney.
Thank you. And thank you, Jean, for being here this evening and clarifying the city limits within the city, outside of the city piece, because I knew it was right on the border. And so I appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, a lot. And Mayor Bennett's right, that we could have duplexes, triplexes, quads, cottage clusters, and things have changed a little bit. Thank you for coming.
I think the single family home designation, that is what it is, but the multifamily is, that's a lot. A lot
more. Too much of a good thing for you. Huh?
Yeah, especially if we'll have it across the street. So
yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Correct. But but it can also have the 2-family, 3-family, 4-family as well.
Right.
There's just a whole range. So it's not mandated, but it's allowed, if that makes sense.
Yep, I understand.
Okay. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Bellanti? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aidan McManus.
Good evening.
There you are. Hi.
My name is Adam McManus. I am the owner's representative for the property at Orchard Heights Road. Thank you, Mayor, councilors, for the opportunity to speak this evening. This property includes 133.9 acres of bare land. As a citywide exercise for new property zoning designations is coming to finalization, we're looking forward to the final approvals of the new zoning changes. May 13th, for the record, there was a letter sent to Eunice Kim's office to request the finalization of the original zoning plan for this particular property. And as a participant this evening in the discussion, we actually have minimal comments on the new zoning plan for the property, given our endorsement of the original tripart zoning recommendation that was made by the staff for this 133-acre property. The proposed zoning for this area appears to take advantage of the topographical features of the land and appears to complement well within the community. The City of Salem plans for about a 50-50 split on MU2 and single family, and a small section for RM2. There are basically 7 lots. We fully endorse and support the original proposed zoning plan. We think it's very well thought out, that the staff has recommended. And we also think the plan really captures a great blend for the area. It's both favorable and good fit. This has been under the ownership for decades under this particular property owner. So it kind of grew up around this and seeing the development of the area. And so it's an interesting perspective to see these great big changes in Salem, both for the future growth and the housing needs and also the developmental potential. So we really believe there's something to offer for everyone here. And I guess our goal this evening really is to voice our expressed interest in having this original plan approved. And so with that, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone have any questions? Okay, thanks again very much.
Thank you.
Cecilia Urbani.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. Cecilia DeSantis Urbani, for the record. Our property is located in Ward 8. And tonight, I'm just going to be offering some verbal comments. We've submitted written comments that you should have in front of you. And Our concerns have to do with maps 170 and 171. So on map 170 is currently property occupied by a church. Those of you who have been in Salem for a long time, you'll know this property as the old Salem Academy property on College Drive. The concern is that the proposal is for multifamily. And for some of the comments that you've heard from other people tonight, we have the same issues, and we are opposed to multifamily designation and multifamily zoning. Our suggestion is an alternative, and that would be to look at the PE zone, which currently applies to that property, and amend that, and so that the church would be allowed as a special use in the PE zone. And everybody would be happy, happy, happy. And I really appreciate the comment from the counselor earlier about having a continued public hearing. That would really, I think, help us end up in a win-win situation between the church and the surrounding neighbors. Some of our concerns, just to highlight them, College Drive is a local street, under-improved, was improved before it was annexed to the city of Salem. It's too narrow, there's ditches, there's no stormwater drainage, there's no pedestrian access, there's no transit. It's a well-established single-family area. And the other comment that has been made by the folks over on Orchard Heights, the calculations that are the update for the housing study state that from 2015 to 2021, since that study was done, there have been 3,192 multifamily dwelling units permitted here in the city. We will have over 1,000 multifamily units if all of this property was redesignated as multifamily through the Our Salem process. Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Cecilia, I was trying to remember, how does College Drive interact with Highway 22? What's the exit there, or does it?
It's a direct T intersection.
So you come off this unimproved road onto Highway 22?
Blinking yellow light, 2 miles from the bridge. That's how I tell people to get to my place.
Okay.
And it's a local street, and guess what? We love it that way.
How's getting out of there?
We go the back way by Counselor Mickey's house.
Okay.
Sorry about that. But what's wonderful is it's all our neighborhood. I mean, it's not like we're cutting through a neighborhood.
Right.
So we all get along. And as I was waiting for my turn here on Zoom, I actually got a response from the pastor at the church, and when I said, you know, what I was going to suggest as an alternative, amending the PE zone, he said, that's all we ever wanted.
Do they have to leave if this is not changed?
Well, that's kind of a long story.
Or are they a non-conforming use?
That's kind of a long story.
Okay, never mind.
There could be a lot of different interpretations here. I think what's also happened is since when the church wanted to get a building permit, and that was our discussions about a building permit, and that was not looked upon favorably by city staff. I think with COVID and everything, we have actually seen a change on that property, which increased the education purpose. And so I know everybody's been through COVID, and schools were shut down. the church has really stepped up and provided what I like to be called a charter school on that property to really help out people who maybe needed some assistance with homeschooling. And so I think what we're seeing is that education use is really going to become, again, the primary use and the church be the secondary use. And then it would be allowed in the PE zone. But right now, I'm not sure it could meet the test.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
I had a
Yes,
quick question.
Counselor.
Thank you very much. And thank you for, for your testimony. It's good to see you again. Well, the PE zoning is for public education, so I can understand where there would have to be a special condition for it to still be accepted. Do you know why it was originally proposed by the church or by the owner as RM1?
I don't, to answer your question, as I was told, I think at another public hearing, I can't really speak for the church because then it's hearsay. Okay. But in my professional opinion of 40 years of land use planning, I would have to say, I don't think they requested it.
Okay.
I think they were trying to find a solution to their existing situation.
That makes sense then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is Mr. Obani there?
I am. And Mayor, before we get started on the land use stuff, you and I need to talk about the concerts in the park at some point.
I know.
Okay.
So I'm referring to map 171, the property on Stoneway Drive. And we support the change to RS. This property should be single family to be compatible with the surrounding single family area. The vehicle access onto Stoneway for multifamily would be very dangerous for an increase in density and intensity. It's a narrow local street. Again, no curbs, no sidewalks. And frankly, it has a significant number of trees that are overhanging the road as a result of the ice storm. It is a significantly dangerous area. So if we were to change this to multifamily parking, which is across the street now, which backs directly onto Stoneway, this steep land with risks of slides and therefore an amount of grading for future development that should be reduced, it would become an extremely dangerous area.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, but stay tuned. Keep talking about this. Thank you very much for coming down.
Yes, thank you again for continuing the hearing too.
Alex N. Alex, we need your full name, if we could. Okay. Okay, we'll go then to Liz Backer.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm Liz Backer from Ward 3. And I want to say Eunice and the rest of the planning staff have done a really fantastic job on this project. Overall, I think it is great, and I am really glad to see that it's moving forward. I especially appreciate the massive effort that has been put into reaching out to the community for their input, and that is also what brings me here tonight. I did notice there were a number of public comments that were in opposition to various zone changes, and each kind of had the same sort of response in the response document, which was, rezoning this property doesn't require that they be developed, which totally makes sense. There was one specific comment I noticed, and it's not about the property on Orchard Heights. It's a different property, but a property owner had submitted a request that they did not want the zone of their property to change at all. And they received the same response, which was, rezoning your property does not require that you develop. But that also prevents them from developing their property as it's currently zoned, which I can understand pushback if they were requesting a different zone from what was being proposed, or if they were, didn't care about a rezone, or if the request meant a new or a continued use that was inappropriate for the property. And I'm not here opposing specifically any property zone change, but I'm concerned that this property owner went out of their way to participate in this process and specifically requested that the city not change their property zone, and the city is not honoring that request. And if I'm looking at the map correctly, and I could be wrong here, but it looks like the Orchard Heights properties were removed from the map of proposed changes. And again, I could be looking at that incorrectly. But if a property owner is making that request, I really feel like that should, they should be allowed to retain the zone of their property and regardless of their reasons why. So I'm hoping this is an oversight and it maybe could be corrected. And then this project can just go ahead and move forward. And that is all that I have for you tonight.
Great.
Thank you very much for your time.
Liz, we're going to be talking to the staff here in a few minutes. Okay. Do you want us to ask them sort of what they meant when they said, this doesn't force you to develop, or what would you be looking for that you'd like to hear from them?
Well, I think it's pretty clear, it's not forcing you to develop your property if we change it. But in this particular property, it is currently, I think, residential agriculture, which allows single family use and the cottage clusters, things like that. But the change would be to a multifamily property designation. But if it is changed and this property owner does want to develop their property, they cannot develop it with single family. They would have to, try to retain or go through processes to try and get that zone changed. And I think that would probably be really unnecessary and difficult for them. So, that's not to say that the property couldn't be rezoned if it changes ownership later down the road, or if they change their mind. But if they're making that request, I really feel like it should be honored.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone? Okay. Nayeli C. Nayeli, we need to get your full name, please.
By the way, I'm back.
Alex, good. What's your last name, Alex?
Sosa, S-O-S-A.
S-O-S-A? Okay, great. Thanks. You're Ward 7, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Alex. I live in Ward 7 in Salem, and I would like to give my input on the Salem urban renewal planning related to Our Salem. I urge this city council to pass Our Salem Renewal Project with the priority of more multifamily housing units in South Salem and West Salem. And I want to just speak on the importance of that, especially when we're talking about building these homes and as well as these housing units. I think the importance of thinking about why it's important to also move these housing and multifamily housing units, not only here in Northeast Salem, but in other like South Salem and West Salem. As someone who lived in housing for many of years, I've only lived here around in Northeast Salem, especially because that's where housing is at. And I think the importance of noticing where these housing units are important. And I'll kind of list a couple off. Here on Portland Road, there's plenty of freeways. There's plenty of factories that give off these pollutions that are very harmful, not only for kids, but also families with disabilities. And the importance of there's a park in Northeast Salem neighborhoods, and just thinking about the fact that these housing units are in place where there's food deserts, where families are having to travel far away without having any transportation to be able to get food that's healthy and that's good for their families, especially, you know, when families do care about their family's health. And I think, you know, noticing that is very important, especially when making decisions like this. You know, noticing that these housing units are placed in these places that shouldn't be placed in. You know, there should be placed in South Salem and West Salem, where, you know, we clearly see there's a difference between here in Northeast Salem than South Salem and West Salem. I also urge the City Council to support the investments to bring low-income housing opportunity in all of Salem, not just South and West Salem. I urge City of Salem Council to divest much of the current expensive police department budget and to reinvest into affordable and low-income housing. Salem is experiencing a housing crisis, and many of our neighbors many of our on-house neighbors are experiencing exclusive use from police force, unnecessary policing tactics, to be removed from their living locations and have little to no opportunity to access permanent housing as such. I urge you
Alex,
to make
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time's up. We give everybody 3 minutes. So does anyone have any questions? Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa. I just want to say thank you for coming down and speaking to us. We don't get a lot of young people who come to council to share their thoughts. So it means a lot to me, not just because I'm in Ward 7, you're in Ward 7, but, you know, please tell your friends, we want to hear from you. And council is starting to make affordable housing a priority. We have approved a lot of affordable housing projects just within the last few years, but we need the community to keep pushing us in the right direction. So I hear you and I see you, and I hope to hear from you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, we will go to Nayeli C. I want to just make sure I didn't miss. Okay. Luis Velasco.
Nayeli.
Oh, there you are, Nayeli. Okay, thanks. Cruz. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Nayeli and I'm in Ward 5. I'm calling today to show support for the Our Salem proposal and hopefully push y'all to keep in mind that low-income, affordable, and multifamily housing should be built everywhere and not just be clustered in the places where they already are in. Restricting housing to these areas is systemic racism with its roots in colonialism and white supremacy, which dates back to Oregon's beginnings as a white utopia with exclusionary laws. It also leads to de facto segregation and places marginalized communities in areas of high pollution and food deserts. Financially accessible housing should be included in South and West Salem as much as they are here in Northeast Salem. Salem does not need to fund more police, and doing so would fast-track gentrification. Salem needs to prioritize funding subsidized housing instead. And if public transportation is a concern, the City of Salem should focus on expanding the chariot system and public transportation rather than restricting where the housing is located.
Okay. Any questions for Nayeli? Okay, thank you. Luis Velasco.
Hi, my name is Luis, and I'm calling in from Ward 5 regarding the Our Salem Project. I wanted to express my support for this project and urge members of the council to adopt these propositions, but also include more multifamily housing. As you all may have heard in the past hearings, subsidized and governmental multifamily housing is critical for our Salem residents. And there is a large shortage of subsidized housing that people in our community don't have access towards. A pattern is seen here in our community where most, if not all, of subsidized and governmental housing is found in Northeast Salem. And as you all have heard, these areas have high levels of pollution, gas station, toxic chemicals, and we live right next to freeways and trains and hazardous conditions. And you see this direct correlation where we live in communities that are not environmentally suitable and healthy for us. It's nothing short of environmental racism. And when you don't approve multifamily housing all across Salem, this also leads to gentrification. This is a generational issue. It's nothing new, but the lack of housing is an issue that has affected people of color since Oregon's colonization. The origins of Oregon were built with the intent of becoming a white utopia, and exclusion laws were made to ban people of color from owning, renting, or even living in the city. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that this history still affects us to this day. Community members, you need, your job is to help us. This history runs deep, and there is a dire need for you all as council members to offer subsidized and multifamily housing all across Salem, not just in the northeast part of this city. We especially need to open more governmental housing in West and South Salem, because this is an area that has historically excluded us and has not supported us. Please do your role as city council members and invest into subsidized governmental and multifamily housing for people in this city. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Mr. Velasco, for your testimony. And I just want to let you know that earlier this year, the City Council, in its capacity as commissioners of the Salem Housing Authority, we approved a partnership for low-income affordable housing in South Salem. 184 apartments of multi-generational low-income households in South Salem. So I hear the need to diversify our low-income and affordable housing opportunities around the city, and we are working on it, but thank you for your testimony. I want to make sure you were aware that we just approved that project a couple months ago or so.
Okay, thank you. Alex B.
Hello.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, my name is
Buron is your last name?
Yeah, Alex Buron.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Buron. I have lived in Salem my whole life. I come from working class immigrant parents. And as far as I can remember, there has never been a strong voice of people of color in this city, in the local level, up until recently. And one thing that I've noticed that has happened because of that is that we have been excluded from many of the city's changes. And that's why we're in this current situation. I lived in Northeast Salem my whole life, and today I'm advocating that low-income housing, not affordable housing, but low-income housing is built everywhere. And the reason I say low-income housing is because there's a big difference. Because when we talk about affordable housing, it sounds good, and it's a word that's used for like talking points when you're running for like office and stuff, but there's a big difference. So low-income housing needs to be built in South Salem and West Salem. You guys have heard the history of Oregon, and how Oregon was shaped to be a white utopia, a whites-only state. And that's why you see, and that depicts the current situation, where you see housing next to factories, housing next to freeways, housing next to low-income housing next to places that are heavily polluted by diesel, by gas stations, and just places that aren't pretty to grow up in. People of low income deserve to grow up somewhere pretty. They deserve to grow up next to Bush Park. They deserve to grow up next to places with trees. By not allowing low-income housing mixed use in certain parts, like in South and West Salem, is sending a message that Oregon hasn't changed much since its founding. That in fact, it has evolved to hide its segregation through systemic racism. And systemic racism is what is being talked about today. Essentially, that's what we're advocating for. Don't allow systemic racism in form of housing in Salem. And that's what it boils down to. It's a human right issue, it's a progressive issue, and it's something that Salem needs today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming down, Alex. I really appreciate it. And I think that you all are really highlighting an issue that doesn't get talked about a lot. And it's important to really come face to face with the history of where we live. And, you know, maybe you weren't born and raised here, or maybe, you know, your family history is not quite as long, but it still affects all of us. And I think being really honest with the history of our town and our housing laws and regulations, it's really important for all of us to do that, and to really see how something as simple or as seemingly simple or benign as zoning really can take on, really can be used as a weapon against people of color. And so thank you so much for bringing a highlight to this. I know I was raised, or I bought my first house in Inglewood, and it was striking to me to see our friends in the neighborhood looking back at their deed and seeing that it was their house was not allowed to be sold to people of color. So it's really, the history is there if we all just look, and it's important to look. So thank you for shining a light on this today.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Slater.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Bennett, councilors, and staff. My name is Michael Slater, and I've lived in Ward 7 for the past 16 years. I serve on the Salem Planning Commission, as well as the boards of Temple Beth Shalom and the Mission Street Parks Conservancy. I'm here tonight to support the Our Salem Comprehensive Plan. I've had the opportunity to participate in Our Salem Project on multiple occasions since its inception in 2018. I believe the plan, if adopted and implemented, will result in significant desirable outcomes for our city, including reduced greenhouse gas emissions, more housing units and increased housing options, improved connectivity and more transportation options, and more green space and better protection for our urban environment. I know there's been some criticism that the Our Salem plan is not aggressive enough in tackling greenhouse gas emissions. I disagree. The unfortunate truth is that land use policy, especially zoning, has only a limited ability to influence greenhouse gas emissions. This is especially true in a city like Salem that is mostly built out. The Urban Land Institute analyzed 3 reports recently on land use policy and GHG emissions. While all 3 reports found that zoning policies could reduce GHG emissions, primarily by reducing vehicle miles driven, estimates of the impact varied considerably. The most aggressive modeling indicates Salem could reduce GHG emissions by perhaps 32%, but only if we more than doubled our population density. In other words, we would have to fundamentally level and rebuild our neighborhoods in order to achieve that kind of greenhouse gas reductions from land use policies alone. The Our Salem plan does take aggressive action based on a number of existing practices to address several challenges we face: housing supply, climate change, and an outdated approach to transportation. It's just that these changes, unfortunately, have a limited impact on greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not suggesting the plan is perfect. I strongly support amending the zoning map to meet SCAN's thoughtful suggestions on how commercial and liberty should be zoned. And I should note that it was the staff, not me, that prepared that motion. It's also important to recognize that implementing the Our Salem policy recommendations is just as important, perhaps even more so in terms of climate change, than adopting the zoning map. Ultimately, we need the city to aggressively implement the climate action plan to have a real impact on our own GHG emissions, knowing that the changes that result from the Our Salem plan will provide a supporting but modest boost in GHG reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Slater, for your testimony. I think you probably heard that your name was invoked earlier regarding a motion that maybe you made at Planning Commission. I was hoping that you could just, since you're here, tell us a little bit about your thought process in offering that motion. And I'm curious that you're still supporting this, even though your motion failed. So could you just expand on that a little bit and help us understand like what the Planning Commission and you were thinking and why you still support it?
Yeah, a couple of reasons. Primarily, I was persuaded by SCAN's view that the mixed use 1 on the north end and the mixed 3 use on the south end were not compatible with the neighborhood. And by that, I mean, what I appreciate is that SCAN very much embraces the vision of increased compactness and density. They appreciate and value our increased need for pedestrian access and mobility. They were simply concerned that on the MU1 zone, it was creating such a sharp disparity between abutting properties. And I do think from a design perspective and a livability perspective, there is a problem when you have 1- and 2-story houses next to 5- and 6-story buildings. I just think that is a livability problem. And as we think about how our city evolves over the next 35 years, to step up more incrementally would be a better approach. So limiting it from 1 to 2, going up to 4 to 5 seems a much better approach than allowing 5 or 6 stories. So that was where I was coming from on that particular piece. And when it came to the mixed use 3, I think the issue there was largely that there were a number of very vehicle-oriented uses. So it was less a scale issue given where those were, but vehicle-oriented uses such as service parking lots. And, you know, when Roz walked me through the issue and we spent a fair amount of time together, I mean, they were able to talk about, you know, if you put a 7-story building here on this particular hill, it's going to be 100 feet over the 2-story house on the bottom of the slope. So I think SCAN gave an extremely thoughtful analysis that was reflective of the community while still embracing the broader goals of the Our Salem plan. And I think that given that these are fairly modest tweaks in terms of the capacity issue, I mean, we're rezoning 2 square miles mixed use, that I think this modest concession really does not stand in the way of trying to achieve what we want to achieve with the Our Salem plan. Was that helpful?
That was very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate hearing your expanded thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Great. Thank you, Ms. Slater.
Thank you.
Santos Martinez.
Hello, my name is Santos. This is a reminder for the city council members that low income and multifamily housing is necessary. In my neighborhood, I'm surrounded by food deserts, pollution, institutional racism. My neighborhood is getting gentrified by people who flip houses. Not only that we're getting gentrified, we're getting jam-packed in one area. This is why we need low-income and multifamily housing, where it's accessible to organic foods and adequate bus routes and other basic needs that are close to the neighborhood. For example, my mom travels across the city just to go grocery shopping, and we live in the northeast area of Salem. And so she travels all the way to southeast. And so that's really far actually. Because in the northeast area, we are surrounded by a food desert. And another example is gentrification. In my neighborhood, you could tell which houses have been flipped and which houses are going to be flipped. And that puts everyone at risk because of not meeting the requirements for the rent payments or just be at the edge of houselessness because of poverty. I support the low-income housing and multifamily for the people who are historically affected by racism. You got to remember that Oregon has been was the blueprint of the white utopia that still exists to this day. And I mean, that's about it. I gotta tell you, I support that. We need more accessibilities for bus routes, more money in our schools, and that's that.
Thank you, Santos. You don't have any questions, okay? Sandra Hernandez.
Yeah, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Sandra and I live and work in Ward 5. So today I would like to express my support for the urban renewal planning related to Our Salem. I support the urban renewal planning under the Our Salem plan and the change of language to include and prioritize low-income housing for the next 20 years. I am also pleased to know that the multifamily units will be permitted in South and West Salem as to prevent the condensation in Northeast Salem of housing, where most of the underserved communities reside in. I support the zoning as it stands currently. Allowing multifamily housing units is urgent, especially one that allows low-income housing. So I hope that this is also part of the plan when it comes to funding and implementation of housing. A few weeks ago, I joined a statewide meeting where I learned that we are underproducing at the lowest income level, and that's where the highest need of housing is here in Oregon. And I also learned that there are no local accountability measures to make sure that equitable housing implementation is happening. And hence, Salem has gone away with failing to implement housing development that meets the needs of our diverse communities, especially our low-income communities. I understand that mass funding is needed to achieve the outcomes we need when it comes to low-income housing. However, our local planning begins with the implementation of urban planning that allows for the building of multifamily housing in different areas of town. This planning will take years, and it will give us the opportunity to address sidewalk needs, transportation needs, and other needs that arise from new housing developments. I also couldn't help to notice that many of the opponents to the current plans, especially around the zoning, are either homeowners or don't come from families who are in need of housing. So I hope you take that into consideration about whose voices you're listening to. In my work, I serve students and families who majorly identify as immigrant, low income, working class, and as people of color. Low income housing is not a want, but a need, a basic necessity for the families I serve, as well as for my own family, because none of us are homeowners. We're actually all renters in my family. I've lived most of my life in Salem, and I've never seen such a crisis as we have today. Farm workers are experiencing houselessness more than ever before. In 1 week, 5 farm worker families arrived at my workplace to ask for housing assistance because they had nowhere to live. The same workers we uplifted during the pandemic by being performative and calling them essential workers, as they provided food on our tables, are now experiencing houselessness due to failures of our state and local governments to invest in housing. Many of the families I speak about may often be categorized as immigrants, but they are indigenous families who have been systematically displaced from their original homes. I urge the City Council to keep these families and other working families.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, yes.
Yeah, just a comment, like once again, it's really good to hear from people in our community. And tonight there's been a lot of, passionate testimony from younger people. And it's just very, it may be hard for the community to hear, but I think it's important. And I really thank you for participating in the city process and, giving us a reminder of your lived experience. So just, thank you for your time and being here tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Roberto G. Roberto, I need to get your last name.
Okay. Hello, my name is Roberto Garces, and I'm a community member from Ward 5. I wish to speak about the Our Salem proposal. With my time, I would like to remind the council that the people that are pressuring and attempting to slow down, impede, and take away from Our Salem proposal are also the same ones that own homes and do not even experience anything in proximity to low-income, subsidized, or multifamily housing. Of course, this originates from Oregon's foundation of exclusion of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, more so when this intersects with gender and sexual identity. Throughout this conversation, there have been a great defense of maintaining the status quo and a vehement rejection of subsidized low-income and multifamily housing. There was even one individual that exclaimed that since there is a great deal of multifamily housing, that having more is simply ghastly. The truth is, the appeal to morality originates from structural racism, because somehow having more equitable housing for people of marginalized identities and being of color is a direct manifestation of white supremacy. Additionally, individuals and families that are people of color or have been impacted by gentrification need subsidized housing, low-income housing, and multifamily housing, plain and simple. Anything else would be exhibiting and maintaining systemic racist and classist histories, and plain and simple. And to not have this type of housing, that being subsidized low-income and multifamily housing in parts of Salem, like South Salem and West Salem, should be obvious, and I should not have to explain why racism is bad. However, some people present here need a reminder of the lasting legacy of a racist Salem and a whites-only Oregon.
For these reasons, I urge you to pass the Our Salem Renewal proposal and keep vulnerable individuals and communities in mind when passing this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Cindy R. Cindy, need your last name, please.
Hi, my name is Cindy.
Cindy, what's your last name?
Rodriguez.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so hello, my name is Cindy. I'm a community member and I work with youth. I'm here today in regards to the urban renewal planning and Our Salem. I especially support the change of language to include and prioritize low-income housing. Salem needs permanent low-income housing in all of Salem, but especially in South and West Salem, because only concentrating low-income housing in Northeast Salem is incredibly classist and is inevitably creating and promotes more environmental racism and segregation. When what is now known as Oregon was first established, it was made to be a white utopia. It had exclusion laws. These laws have, deep roots to everything that we see now, including housing. I want to make a question and I want to ask if you all know what environmental racism is. When our kids in Northeast Salem look outside their window, they see freeways close to them. They see gas stations. They see unhealthy food options. They don't see much nature and they don't see much resources and they don't see much trees. The only trees that they see are weak and polluted. There's also factories. People live close to freeways. They live next to I-5. A lot of children and people have asthma, so that only further puts their health in an even greater risk. There's housing next to gas stations. We live in a toxic pollution every day that is only actively shortening our lifespans. On top of the importance of having low-income housing in West and South Salem, multifamily housing also needs to be advocated for in these areas that are not near factories or gas stations, because this would be overall hypocritical when it comes to trying to get to the root of the problem, which is environmental racism, gentrification, and displacement.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And Nick Forty.
Hi, I'm Nick Forty. So I reside at 2165 Turner Street Northwest in Salem. So I want to first say thank you, Mayor Bennett and City Councilors, for the opportunity to provide testimony for the comprehensive plan zoning change under MAP 170, which seeks to change current PE zoning to RM1 for a property on College Drive. While understanding the need for more multifamily zoning in Salem, the proposed rezoning of this property creates undue hardship on the surrounding well-developed neighborhood as incompatible with many of the stated goals of Our Salem. The existing property was developed as Salem Academy and now functions as a church. Providing for a zone change allows substantially more development, which will create significant additional traffic and environmental impacts. Before listing some of those incompatibilities, we want to focus on the large disconnect on traffic impacts. In one direction, travelers must go through a winding and narrow neighborhood street network. In the other direction, travelers are turning on and off the high-speed Highway 22 without benefit of any interchange or traffic signal, only an intersection of flashing warning light with left turns on and off Highway 22. So let me talk about some incompatibilities with the Our Salem goals. Goal 3.1 talks about context-sensitive development and asks that the city should encourage development to be responsive to site and context. In the case of College Drive, the existing narrow roadway and existing residential development required a large widening to better accommodate vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians, which in turn would create large-scale impacts incompatible with existing development. Goal L5.1, growth management, talks about the construction of transportation facilities should be timed to coincide with community needs. The issue here is that there are substantial changes that would be needed to existing development, far in excess of what could be legally allocated to the developer, since these improvements extend well beyond the frontage and go through the existing neighborhood. So the existing cross-section would not only require revision in front of the property, but throughout the neighborhood as well. Goal N 1.7 talks about environmental impact, where the city shall take proactive measures to reduce environmental impacts from city-funded programs and projects. The existing narrow cross-section of the roadway with deep ditches will require a closed drainage system and expansion, which would impact existing narrow roadways without sidewalk or bike lanes. Goal T3 talks about neighborhood traffic management goal, which is to preserve and enhance neighborhood livability. The existing roadway classification and existing cross-section operation would not be compatible with accommodating the projected trips from this rezoning. Finally, two more goals. T5 bicycle system goal, which talks about accommodating bicyclists of all ages and abilities. However, the existing system provides only on-roadway bicycling with hills and narrow cross-section. While that works with the existing low bike volumes, it would not work with the projected additional trips with rezoning. And finally, T6 talks about pedestrian system goal, which is accommodate pedestrians of all ages and abilities. Currently, pedestrians walk in the roadway, and sidewalks would be a major investment which the city would have to bear. Ultimately, this issue is one of
Trevor?
Sorry, I'm on mute. I got off mute. Nick, it looks like
good.
Nick, thank you, Mayor Bennett. Nick, it looks like your 3 minutes was up. So I just wanted to say thank you for testifying. City staff did, meet with all of us ahead of time regarding some of the big changes. And I'm certainly tracking the issues at that, the safety concerns at College Road, as are likely my colleagues. But I appreciate your testimony tonight, and we always enjoy hearing from you at SCATS as well.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? I tell you what, I'm having a little trouble with my screen right now, so if I don't see you, I apologize. Okay. That is the end of our public comment. Let me just find my...
Mr. Mayor.
Just a second here. We have, it's chance to do questions of staff, actually, at this point.
Mr. Mayor, could I suggest that perhaps we consider continuing now before we start the questioning of staff, since we're done with public testimony. It's 9:08. We still have 2 more public hearings, including our budget, to resolve tonight. It just seems like now would be a natural stopping point.
Is there any objection to that stopping now, or do you have questions you need to get? Yeah, Trevor.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, if we stop now, are we closing the verbal testimony record, or would we be keeping the record open and allowing for more testimony at the next meeting?
That's a good question. We could do written only. We can keep the record open and let people come in and testify. It's really your call. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I would suggest that we continue the hearing, keep the written record open, and I don't know that we have a need to hear from more public testimony. We've had several opportunities already, including Planning Commission. I just think, and people could submit more in writing. Since we are at the point where we're ready to ask staff questions, it seems like we should just start at that point moving forward at the continued hearing.
Okay. Dan, did you want to comment on this?
No, well, I guess I will, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
The council has the option to close the hearing, which would prohibit more oral testimony, and keep the record open, or you can just continue the hearing to a date certain, and at which point, at that future date, you can accept more oral testimony as well as written testimony.
Okay.
And that's really your options. It's not under any statutory deadline or anything.
Okay. Any thoughts from?
I would be prepared to second such a motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, but Councilor Nordyke?
Councilor Leung raised her hand. I'll go after her.
Okay. For some reason, there you are. Yes, please go ahead.
So I would be in favor of actually keeping the hearing open for additional testimony. I think that, we've had a good number of folks who came on today, but there's also other people who, for whatever reason or another, couldn't make today's meeting. And it would be wonderful to be able to ensure that we have voices who wouldn't be here otherwise.
Okay. Councilor Phillips?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Councilor Leung's point of view on this one. I guess my question becomes, do we have any way of preventing people from testifying again if we do that? And it's probably to Dan. Like, I'm not aware that we can prevent people from saying what they've already said a second time.
I'm not going to push us off on the communication staff, but I don't know what our ability is to prohibit folks from signing up who have already signed up before. We can ask folks not to sign up again, but I don't know that we have the ability to technically to cross them off the list once they've signed up.
Well, as you heard, we can get repetitive testimony and learn each time from it, I guess, if you want to go that way.
I mean, so I appreciate the clarifying. My position would probably be what I thought Councilor Hoy was motioning for, which would be to keep the written record open, but to close the public hearing. I mean, this is a process. We've got 26 people signed up tonight, and this has been going on for years. And we've got 2 other public hearings on the schedule for tonight.
Sure.
So just my personal preference would be to close the public hearing, but keep the record open, the written record.
Okay, you've got
Mr.
all
Mayor?
the time, and you got a lot of time here if you want it. So don't feel confined by a deadline. You don't have a deadline yet. So,
Mr. Mayor, I think you had phrased Councilor Hoy's discussion as a motion, but there was never a second for that. So if we're going to make a motion, we need to get that on the record.
Phillips seconded it.
I'm willing to second whoever motion it was. I second.
It's Hoy's.
Chris,
Okay,
do you want to restate
Are you
it?
going to second his motion?
Yes, I second it. But Chris, do you want to restate it?
So I move we close the public hearing, keep the written record open, and continue it to our next meeting.
I second that motion.
What's on our next schedule? What do we got next at our next meeting? Where's the city manager?
Oops. Hi there.
Hi. Do you know what's on our meeting? We have a couple of other fairly substantial items coming up.
The bond will be the
Bond.
primary discussion at the next meeting. Yes.
And that could have a lot of testimony. Chris, would you look at a different date? Maybe look it out one more date. Would that be okay?
I am totally fine with deferring to staff's judgment on that. I don't have a need for it to be at our next meeting. I was just thinking it might make the most sense, but I also want to give the bond due consideration. So I'm perfectly fine with our first meeting in July.
Okay, great. Are you okay with that too, Trevor?
Yeah, I would second that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
I'm in favor of leaving the record open for reasons Councilor Leung discussed. And I just want to make a comment. We do have some low-income properties and public housing properties in South Salem and West Salem.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing from the testimony tonight is that we need to do a much better job of sharing what we're doing with the public, because I think this council has recognized the desire to support multifamily housing and low-income housing throughout the city. I think this council's on board with that. We certainly have voted to support that, such as the Battle Creek project I mentioned earlier tonight. So I would just urge all of us to do our part to let the community know that we are making low-income housing and multifamily housing a priority, not just in Northeast Salem, and to continue to lean in and push for more. So that's just a comment I want to make after hearing all the testimony tonight, which I found extremely helpful. And I appreciate the fact that we heard from an unprecedented number of young people. I've been on council for 2.5 years now. I've never seen that many young people testify in a single evening, and I am delighted to see that.
Great. Okay. We all set to go? Yes, Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate all the different conversations that we've had tonight. And I find myself always struggling with this, do we close it or do we keep it open? Because I always love to hear more public comment. But I also understand that this is a 3-year process. We have had many opportunities at neighborhood association meetings to have public comment, at all kinds of outreach in the community, at the the planning committee. And so, and I also do understand that we have so many things that are hinging on this one project really moving forward. And so I'm actually a little bit disappointed that we're going to push it to July, because I do want to keep this momentum going with this project, to keep it front and center. And I don't know how that extra long delay will do in how we transition from public testimony to questions for staff. So that would be my only question as far as pushing it out. But then again, I guess I'm kind of thrown up in the air here, but I guess those are my thoughts that I'm thinking right now as I'm looking to vote.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just hoping that the city attorney could clarify. I think I heard reference earlier somebody made to ex parte, and I just wanted him to clarify for us whether or not ex parte rules apply here. I don't believe they do, but I would like to hear from him.
You're correct. So this is a legislative proceeding, not quasi-judicial. You're welcome to have any and all discussions with constituents regarding the ordinances.
Okay, very good. Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I intend to vote for the motion as submitted, and people can reach out to their neighborhood associations. They can submit written testimony. They can email. They can call us, and we can get that to city staff so it's incorporated in the official record and for our final decision. This does give us an additional month, and it's really time for us to kind of ask our questions to staff and get any amendments to the plan set up in writing so we can consider it together. So I'm in support of this, and I think we've got some time for people to continue participating in the process.
Great. Councillor Leung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate this conversation that we're having here about the motion that Councillor Hoy has made. And at the same time, I'm still adamant that there are still folks who, yes, this has been an ongoing conversation for the past few years, but there's always going to be people who, whatever reason, have not participated, and now they are participating now. At the same time, I don't want to just shut down people from being able to engage. Like, we just heard a bunch of youth who presented today. And, let's not forget, a few years ago during budget session, we, for the position of the youth coordinator, where there was a lot of youth who came in and testified in support of maintaining that coordinator. And I want to make sure that we actually have people who want to engage today, to not necessarily today now, but for a future upcoming meeting, to be able to engage before we close the session for public commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in support of closing the public hearing and leaving the written record open, just because there have been a lot of opportunities for folks to speak up, and hundreds of meetings, et cetera. But I also want to say, with what Councillor Nordyke mentioned, from the testimony we heard this evening, it's apparent that we need to do greater outreach regarding what we are doing in regards to affordable housing, low-income housing, what we've done, what we're looking at, but also talking about some of the challenges we face that were brought up during that work session. So I see it as a combination of both. We need to keep moving forward with our Salem, and I think given the time to ask staff questions and receive more written testimony works for me, but I also think we need to do that outreach.
Thank you. Councillor Leung.
Thank you. Sorry to keep on going back and forth with this, but to me, it's important. I mean, we look at how many people, especially our youth, who presented and what their conversation was, what they presented on. They talked about the structural racism that's been occurring not only just today, but for years here, and not only in Salem, but within the state. So I feel like if we close this public hearing to public comments for people to be able to testify, we're essentially shutting down the very communities that we should have done this outreach to, or at least have done a better job doing outreach to.
Hey, thank you. Ready to vote? Okay, let's have, did you want to say something, Linda? Oh, okay. Just checking. Let's have the recorder call a roll.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Counselor Hoy,
Aye.
Counselor Nordike,
Nay.
Counselor Barney,
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton,
Nay.
Counselor Anderson absent, Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Leung,
Nay.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay. We'll move on to the next public hearing on state revenue sharing funds.
The City Council will now hold a public hearing regarding state revenue sharing funds. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation, followed by public testimony.
Okay, who's staff here?
Mr. Mayor.
Josh, okay.
Good evening again. To receive state revenue sharing funds, the city is required to hold 2 public hearings. The first public hearing to discuss the possible uses of state revenue sharing funds was held by the Budget Committee on May 4th, 2022. This evening's public hearing, which covers the proposed uses of state revenue sharing, was noticed in the Statesman Journal on May 31st, 2022. The proposed use of the state revenue sharing funds in the estimated amount of $2,382,950 as recommended by the Budget Committee is to offset the costs of providing police patrol services. City Council approval of this proposed use is signified by adoption of Resolution 2022-33. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no one signed up in the public hearing, so do you have any questions for Josh on this? Okay. Yes.
At the risk of being redundant, for the general public, can you remind us, like, where is this coming from? I know it's state shared revenue, but like, where's the source within the state?
Correct.
Hey,
So
Josh.
excellent question. So this is a share of state revenue on alcoholic beverages. So this is a 14% share that we get of that total revenue. There's another portion we get of liquor sales. It's a 20% share, but this is that portion.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Okay, who's gonna give me a motion? Counselor Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move City Council direct staff to return on June 27th, 2022 with a resolution to adopt. I'm sorry. I'm going to start over because I was reading the wrong one. I move City Council direct staff to adopt. I'm sorry. Let me just start over. It's
No.
getting late.
You want me to call on you again? I'll give you a second.
Yeah, would you call on me again so I could get it right? I move City Council adopt resolution number 2022-33, electing to receive a share of certain revenues from the State of Oregon General Fund.
Second.
Who second? Stapleton? Good, thank you.
I nailed it that last time.
That was excellent. That really was. Okay, any discussion? Okay, if the recorder, please call the roll.
Counselor Hoy,
Aye.
Counselor Nordike,
Aye.
Counselor Varney,
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton,
Aye.
Counselor Anderson, absent, Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Leung,
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. And we will, move on to our next one. The city budget.
The City Council will now hold a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2023 City of Salem budget. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation followed by public testimony.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors again. Oregon Public Budget Law requires the Budget Committee to recommend the budget to the City Council, which it did on May 11th, 2022. The City Council is required to hold a public hearing on the recommended budget, and notice was provided on May 31st, 2022 in the Statesman Journal. Following the public hearing, staff recommends the City Council deliberate on the recommended budget within the restrictions provided in law, which are property taxes cannot be increased, and no fund expenditures can be increased by more than 10%. Within these restrictions, the City Council may make changes to the recommended budget. Following deliberations of the budget, the City Council is asked to approve any changes to the budget this evening to allow staff to return with a resolution to adopt the budget on June 27th, 2022. At that time, staff will ask the city council to amend the budget approval made that evening to include any rebudgeted purchase orders or carryover projects from 2022, which staff are currently identifying. Thank you.
Thank you. No one has signed up to comment on the budget. So anyone want, Councilor Hoy, you want to make a motion? Oh, I'm going to close the public. You guys have any questions for, I hate to have Josh stay this late and not get questioned at all. If you want to have any questions for him. Yes, Councilor Nordike.
You know, I don't really have a question, but I just want to remind folks that I had declared a potential conflict of interest when it came to the CIP, which is a part of our budget. So I've already stated that on the record, but in an abundance of caution, I'm declaring the potential conflict of interest with regard to the capital improvement plan once more.
Okay, good. Yes, Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question for Josh, although he might want to, he can fact check me on what I'm about to say. But my intent would be to make a motion on the staff recommendation, and then we could entertain a series of any amendments that might be in councilors' minds right now to the budget that would be forthcoming. I have at least one that I'll make to the one amendment to the budget. So that would be the process I would propose. We go with the base and then amend it from there, if that works for you, Josh.
That works for me.
I'll second that.
I'm gonna close the public hearing again and let Councilor Hoy make his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move City Council direct staff to return on June 27, 2022 with a resolution to adopt the Budget Committee recommended FY 2023 City of Salem budget.
Second.
Second by Phillips. Any discussion? Why not tonight? I'm just curious. So we'd have time to think about them before we go to the first reading. I'm just wondering if there was a.
I didn't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Why not have the amendments tonight? Just getting late. You want to just save it?
Oh no, we'll do them right now as soon as we vote on it. I intended to do the amendments right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get you. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a second. Are there any amendments then? Is that what you're looking for? Am I doing that right?
Did we do the amendments now?
Yes.
That's what I thought you said you wanted to do.
Sorry, yes. Sorry.
Okay.
I move that we amend the proposed budget to add $150,000 to the general fund expenditure budget to fund youth bus passes for 1 year using general fund working capital.
Second.
Councilor Stapleton seconded that.
Yeah, I heard her.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in consultation with the folks over at Chariots. This would be a sort of a joint effort with the school district, the city of Kaiser, the city of Salem, and Chariots to incentivize our youth and enable them to be able to use the transit system. This would be essentially a 1-year pilot project. There is still conversation with at least one other entity. So there's a potential that our expenditure would actually only be about $100,000. But just in case, I've put it at 150 to make sure that we have plenty of room under it. And then the Chariots would be seeking alternative funding for the ongoing year. So this would be essentially a 1-year pilot to get it moving, and hopefully would be self-sustaining after that.
Are they putting up 150, the school district, the county? I mean, is everybody putting up 150? Great.
The total is 100, or 300, I believe. And so I think depends on how many partners we get on board. So that's why I'm proposing up to 150, but I don't anticipate actually needing that full amount at the end of the day.
But is it looking at an equal distribution? I mean, certainly the major beneficiary is the school district. Are they putting up similar? I mean, it'll be comparable
yes,
funding?
they're putting up a comparable amount, yes.
How about the winner in all this, which is the transit district? Are they putting up money?
Yes.
How much are they putting up? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number right off the top of my head.
Is it comparable though? I mean, are we?
Yes.
Yeah, because this is, you know, it would be nice if everybody would put up the same amount. We show some.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some additional information that's just come to mind. The school district would be 150, we would be 150, and Kaiser would be 30.
And the transit district isn't in?
The transit
They're supplying
district.
the bus? Okay.
Sorry about that. Councilor Stapleton, do you have more information on that?
Yeah, I believe that they are going to be buying the new needed buses in order to kind of house all of this, hopefully, growth that's happening. That's my understanding right now. I know we've been working on this for a couple of months now. And so I can also send a quick text here while we're debating this.
That's all right. They are covering, to clarify, they're covering the unanticipated costs that are going to result in the increased ridership. So any, like the additional bus usage and bus drivers and transit operators. So they would be covering that.
Did they share with you how this worked out last time they tried it?
I'm confident that this will be a good program, and I'm hopeful that it's going to help incentivize youth. So that's the bottom line.
Okay. Okay. I hope it works better than last time. That's all I'd say. I'm sure it will. Councilor Nordike?
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. It sounds like there will be a number of motions to amend tonight. And my question for all of the motions to amend will be the same. I don't actually see any of the motions to amend on the agenda for this evening. Did I miss that, or are they not on there?
Well, they're not on there, pretty obviously, but,
okay. Well, I want to
but
make
we're
sure.
allowed to do that, right, Dan? I mean, this isn't out of order, is it?
Well,
right. This would be different than a councilor motion for a special order of business.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to have gotten these early, but that doesn't always happen.
Right. And that's what I'm getting at. So, I mean, I look forward to entreating all of these motions to amend with an open mind. And I think this first one is a wonderful idea. But we have months of budget committee meetings to discuss our budget.
Right.
And in the back of my mind, I'm going to be wondering why any of these motions weren't raised during the budget committee meetings when we have the opportunity for the citizen members of the budget to participate in. And I know sometimes things happen at the last minute. I've made a last minute motion in my day as well, but I have nothing in front of me, no piece of paper, no prior notice. And I want to hear and consider all of these motions, and all of them are being proposed at the last minute. So I would just encourage my colleagues, whenever possible, and I know it is not always possible, but whenever possible, all of us on council want an opportunity to hear the merits of your motion, consider it, look at any paperwork you have, any facts, any data, the budgetary impact. I want to make an informed decision. And a last minute adjustment to the budget should be avoided whenever possible, because it defeats the purpose of having months of public committee meetings if none of this comes up until just now. So I know sometimes things are last minute. I welcome and will support this motion brought by Councilor Hoy. I think it's great. Maybe everything I hear tonight will be great, but I want to know why these couldn't have been raised earlier with the benefit of the entire budget committee's input. That is the only concern I have, and I wouldn't want that to become a pattern for future budgetary meetings.
The other thing I think is missing is any opportunity for public comment at all on this. And I don't know, I am surprised the transit district's a no-show on the budget and defending this as well, but and the school district and Kaiser and apparently the other allies in this, that none of them bothered to show up tonight. there's something, I mean, I'm gonna support this too. I think it's a good idea, but I don't understand the strategy here, and it feels strategic. So it's a little confusing. Okay, you ready to vote? All right. Ruth, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Nordike,
Aye.
Counselor Varney,
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton,
Aye.
Counselor Anderson absent, Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Leung,
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Counselor Hoy,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Okay, we now have an amended approval for the city budget. Remember, there's other opportunities to amend that will come along here just in the next meeting. So give you a chance to share any ideas you have, unless you're ready to go on anything else.
Yeah, Mayor Bennett, I would like to make a couple more motions to amend. I've worked.
Did you send yours out, Trevor?
I did speak with staff. I spoke with Josh on all three of the ones I plan to do, and I spoke with Counselor Hoy. And I have talked to at least one other counselor on, I think, all of them. And one or two of them I've discussed at the budget committee, but was told that for smaller things that we could consider them now. So this is not my understanding is process-wise, this isn't the kind of thing where we had to get it in last Tuesday, that waiting till tonight.
Oh, it's not. You don't have to do that. It's a function of just sharing with your colleagues and the public what you're going to try to do. That's all.
Yeah.
If you want to skip the public and your colleagues, go for it.
I did not intend to do that, but I
well, that's what's happening here. The
Okay.
public is cut out on these right now. They did not get to testify or comment in favor of them, for or against. It's just, I'm just concerned about this is not the best process I've ever seen in terms of people who talk about transparency, who talk about liking to hear the public and all that, and all of a sudden we do it without that. Councillor Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't appreciate my my motive being impugned. I believe that's a
aren't
rule
impugned.
violation.
The process is impugned.
I'm still talking, sir. Please let me finish, and then you can say whatever you'd like. This is not an uncommon thing. This is how we've done it at previous budget committee and city council processes in the past. We didn't do it last year because of COVID, but in years past we have. And I don't appreciate my motive being impugned
get over it.
Again, I'm not done. So I'm just trying to get a good program going here. That was my only amendment to the budget, and there's no tactic. This is the process as I understand it. We can adjust it up to 10% in any one of the funds.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
So I have three. Yeah, I have three different amendments. So I've been encouraged to do these one at a time so that they're clear. My first, in no particular order, my first, I move to amend the previously amended budget recommendation. I move to amend to allocate $750,000 of the state sheltering grant funds within the trust and agency fund fiscal year 2023 for the startup and operating cost of up to 40 24/7 safe parking spaces at approved location at the corner of the northwest corner of Front Street and Hood Street northeast location within the site case management, with on-site case management and a warming shelter for access to cooking, heat, electricity, self-serve water, and clean out hookups for RVs.
Second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Stapleton seconds.
So if I could speak to this move to make an amendment to the budget, this is kind of a last minute thing. There was some, wide range discussion at the end of the budget meeting. And just looking at where we're at, we're okay for, this fiscal year and next fiscal year. It's really when you go out to 3 years that we run into issues. And at that point, it's substantial, but we're okay in the short term. And our number one issue that we've been tasked with identifying, according to the community satisfaction survey, is, making a difference on homelessness. We've already dedicated $200,000 to address, the unplanned and totally uncoordinated, loss of RVs scattered throughout our city. So my hope is that this is kind of the next low-hanging fruit for our service providers like Church at the Park to stand up. It's my understanding that they can do this relatively quickly, and this would make a difference and potentially save us money by getting RVs in one location where they're actually providing, for our community members experiencing, the unsheltered condition. So I didn't mean to sneak up on anybody with this. I apologize for not getting it out to everybody else. I thought this was more standard. So I'll take that, but I didn't mean to hide anything. I've mentioned it 2 different neighborhood associations that I was going to do this.
You have a second for your motion?
Yeah, I did. It was Stapleton.
Who did we get? Stapleton. Okay. Okay.
So I would encourage my colleagues to support it.
Sure. Councilor Nordike.
So, Councilor Phillips, did you say where? Do you have a site in mind already? Do we have a specific piece of land where the owner is already approved for all 40 sites?
Yes, my understanding is it's one of the pre-approved sites that we at council have already adopted. It's the Front Street location.
Okay, my next question, it sounds like you already have a provider in mind, Church at the Park, to oversee these safe parking spots?
That's my understanding, but I'm not, I'd have to defer to Josh. Is that's what we worked together on getting this? Is that who we expect it to be?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Do we have a letter of support from Church at the Park declaring their intention to do this?
So my intention when I asked, I don't know the answer to that question. My intention when I talked to DJ earlier tonight was to see if he'd still be available to answer these types of questions at this time. I don't know if he's still here.
Looks like he's coming on.
So Church at the Park has submitted in writing to city staff our plan. I've presented to this council on 3 occasions the plan for Front Street to do exactly this.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilor Stapleton.
Yeah, this is for staff. How does Councilor Phillips' motion fit in with the plan that we have all had conversations about? I mean, I know this site I'm very familiar with this site, and I know that the community supports the site because of our previous conversations about this location. But how does it fit in? Are we just kind of fast forwarding one of our ideas or one of our plans? Because it all sounds very familiar. I just want to know where it all fits into the plan that we've already talked about at other times.
Who? Chris, do you know?
This is Gretchen. Oh, go ahead, Kristen. Sorry.
Go ahead, Gretchen.
Maybe a point of clarification might help. I think a few of us unmuted. Councilor Stapleton, I was wondering if by plan you mean the fiscal sheltering forecast or more of the broader work to shelter people who are unhoused?
Well, I think there's merits to hearing your thoughts on both of those points. But I think what I was aiming at was the second one that you said. What was our plan for sheltering folks? Where does this one fit in?
Thank you. Very good. Kristen, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can speak to this quickly, I think, and I think Josh would have the same answer, is that we have a limited pot of money that can continue the services we've already started up for either a longer period of time if we only do what we're already doing, and if we add services, then we can fund them for a shorter period of time. So this would fall within the pot of money, and it means that we would be front loading the number of individuals we would be providing services to, and we would be able to continue that for a shorter duration, unless there's other funding that comes on board sometime down the road.
Great. Thank you so much.
Any further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, just
Trevor.
brief. Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I want to confirm with Josh, the state has an expected budgetary surplus of over $400 million in the next fiscal year. I know there's no guarantee that we would get any additional funds from the state, but if we were to get additional state grants or funds or fees in lieu of taxes moving forward, that could be used to pay for these. This just guarantees the funding and allows a service provider like Church at the Park to move forward.
Excellent question. I'm going to unpack it a little bit.
Perfect.
So right now you're talking about the 2023 budget, so it's pretty discrete. You're not talking about future spending or other funding, but looking at that larger thought you're having about funding, yes, the state has a surplus. Will we get any of it for sheltering? I have no idea. We'll continue to ask, that's for sure. There are many other needs in the general fund, in addition to the sheltering. So in a couple of years, we'll either have funding for sheltering and we'll have a little easier conversation, or we won't and we'll have a much more difficult conversation. So I know it's not an answer, but we can't confirm that we're going to get additional funding for sheltering at this time.
I appreciate the clarification.
Councilor Nordike.
Thank you. The only other question I have is really more of a comment. Because I don't have written motions in front of me, I don't know what the proposed cost of each of these are. So when I consider the first proposal, the only proposal was in front of me was we're going to add $150,000 to our budget. Because of how our rules work, that means I won't know the opportunity costs of funding projects until a councilor brings this motion forward. So again, I think that I really want us to avoid this process in the future. I'm doing my best to listen with an open mind to every proposal as it lands right now. And I want to support sheltering. I want to support bus passes. We were told that we were on a razor thin budget. And that's what our budget committee was told. That's what we were told. That's what the public was told. And we're now up to almost $1 million in extra increases in our budget. And I'm told we have 2 more motions to go in an unknown amount for an unknown program. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I really hope that we can avoid this process in the future. I know it's important that we consider all these budgetary projects, but it's kind of hard to vote in a vacuum when you don't know what all the other proposals are in front of you, how much they will cost. Do they relate to sheltering? Maybe. And the only other question I have is when we received that $10.5 million grant from the state, that's enough to do more than a little bit of nuts and bolts here and there. We never really had a strategic visioning, in my view, of how properly to use those funds. And I know that we're just eating away at that $10.5 million bit by bit. And one of the things that's going on in the back of my mind is we've talked about for a long time adding a mobile crisis unit to our budget. And I know that in the near future, we're going to complete that request for qualifications process. And then we're going to proceed to a request for proposals process. And that will have a budgetary impact as well. And so I have some trepidation about getting close to exhausting the 10.5 million based on Councillor Phillips' motions and perhaps other motions that are being raised tonight. Because I want a piece of that to go towards the mobile crisis unit that we have had on our strategic plan for about 2 years now. So I'm trying to be open-minded, and I appreciate Councillor Phillips and Councillor Stapleton's points that there maybe there's more money coming. Who knows, right? Poor Josh doesn't have a crystal ball, and I don't either. And I know Church of the Park is a trusted community partner, and I love working with them, and I love supporting their projects. So this is no reflection on the intention of these motions, which are to do good. My counselors want to do good, and I honor and I support their work, but
It still feels very last minute to me. Thank you.
Councillor Varney.
Sorry. My question is for DJ, actually. Unfortunately, because of my day job, I couldn't go to Eugene and see the site there. So my question is, in regards to safe parking spaces like this, how is it similar to our micro-shelter communities? And then how is it different? Does success look different? Can you just give me a quick rundown?
Yes, absolutely. And I will make it quick because, you know, people have heard the information quite a bit, but our first focus will be safety. So it will be gated. And we do already have the agreed upon lease with the Truitt family in their, you know, generosity as a private landowner to make this land available to us. So it would be monitored 24 hours a day. There would also be the digital accountability that Josh talked about earlier. Then it would be sanitary in terms of high management of people's area is one of the best practices we saw in Eugene and we employ at the 2 micro shelters, is helping people manage their things at a high level. And then it would be supported. So partners would come in and meet with families and individuals, as well as those folks would receive case management so that they could pursue the job opportunities, the other parking spaces, or the permanent housing that are their goals.
Okay, thank you. That's what I kind of figured, but I just wanted to hear it again. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
I'm going to jump in with another question. Yeah, thanks. So just a point of clarification, I think, Councilor Phillips, thanks for bringing this forward. This is actually the first time I've had a chance to hear about it. And I do understand what Councilor Nordijk is saying. It is kind of a lot to take in and try and understand where the money is going to come from and how it impacts our other budgets, et cetera. So it's a lot for me to take in and try to process real quick here. But I do appreciate, you know, I think it's really important that we have these conversations. So that's the second, because I think that having the discussion here tonight is important.
Okay. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for Josh. I think I heard a reference in the motion about the funding. Can you clarify what that is, and is that new money? Is that where is that? What is that money?
So it's the reference state sheltering grant, the $10.5 million. We have a couple other grants we need to talk to you about. We haven't quite gotten there, but that's the grant that's currently being recommended.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was the one that we approved, I think on the consent agenda, the $1 million extra that we hadn't anticipated. If it was from that
separate funds.
Thank you.
Josh, if funds do come in through grants, would it be possible to revisit this with the budget committee or without the budget committee and fund it using grant funds that would come in that would be available for this that might work?
That could certainly be a conversation. It is a consideration when the grant agreement is built, what the funding source is. It is a much different requirement with this state sheltering grant than it would with ARPA, for example. So we can't just switch, but it definitely could feed into the whole sheltering program as a whole.
Are there a lot of funds sitting out there in various potential grants or anything like that?
So the email I sent you guys earlier today and was included on your item 4H, if I'm remembering it correctly. We have a $2.5 million grant for sheltering that came from the state legislature. We're still waiting on that grant agreement. And then there's $750,000 for cleanup that I think will fit nicely with the community sanitation response team. So those are the 2 other funding pieces that I know about at this time.
I just wonder, Councillor Phillips, if that kind of possibility, rather than going back into the budget, would be reasonable, build on what's coming.
I mean, I'm open to being flexible, but I'd really like to hear what Councillor Hoy has to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Hoy.
Sorry, I was going to just offer to the mayor, I have a meeting extension motion whenever you're ready. We're at 9:50.
Thank you. Why don't we, where are we now? 5 minutes from time? How about 20 minutes?
I move we extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Who seconded? Leon?
Leon.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, Ruth, you want to call the roll?
Counselor Varney,
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton,
Aye.
Counselor Anderson absent, Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Leung,
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Counselor Hoy,
Aye.
Counselor Nordike,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
No. Okay, motion passes. Counselor, well, now, do you still have your, no, that was what your hand was up for before, Chris? Okay, Counselor Nordike?
Thank you. And thank you, Josh, for bringing up the other grant funding. I meant to send you this email, but I found it in my draft folder just now. That just goes to show you how insanely busy I've been today. The $10.5 million sheltering grant, the reason I have my eyeball on that for several reasons is that that's one of the pots of money for which mobile crisis intervention is an eligible use. And as you know better than I do, different pots can be only used for certain things. So I don't care where the money comes from to support the safe parking sites, because I agree it's an important project. I care about making sure that when the time comes, and there will be a time in the near future to discuss mobile crisis units, that we still have that funding available and can perhaps use another pot of money to fund this. I don't know the answer to that, but that's something. Is that something you can answer on the spot, or would you need to do further research?
We still have a fair amount of the grant left at this point. You know, it's not planned to be spent in the 2023 budget. I'm anticipating a larger conversation around the homeless spending program here in the next few months, just to get everyone on the same page after we get those grant agreements so we can know what the stipulations are.
Can you estimate approximately how much of the 10.5 million is still available?
I would estimate approximately 4.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm satisfied then, and I'm happy to move forward, and I'm prepared to support Councillor Phillips' motion. I'm confident that we will find a way to fund this project. It's important, and people on the street need our help.
Okay, any further discussion? Ruthie, you want to call the roll?
Counselor Stapleton,
Aye.
Counselor Anderson, absent, Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Leung,
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Counselor Hoy,
Aye. Sorry.
Counselor Nordike,
Aye.
Counselor Varney,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Trevor?
Thank you, Mayor Bennett. I move to amend the previously amended motion to add 6 full-time general fund police officer career positions at a total cost of $483,630 beginning January 1st, 2023 using general fund working capital.
Second.
Go ahead,
And
Trevor.
then, yes, absolutely. So to speak to the motion, this was discussed at length by the budget committee. And at that point, there was no motion to debate, but I had the opportunity to think about this, talk with interim city manager, Josh, chief of police, Trevor Womack. And the truth of the matter is we had small group meetings on this prior to the budget committee. And I was genuinely surprised that it was not, a consideration for the budget committee. In thinking about this, I got the idea that we could potentially save some funds by funding these 6 new police officers, partway through the year. But I do think that there's community interest in this. It was discussed at length at the budget committee for this. The Morningside Neighborhood Association voted unanimously to support this. I understand that staff didn't include this because of constraints in the out years. This year and next year we're okay, but then 3 years from now, something's going to have to be done with or without this motion. Having talked to people throughout the city, whether it's Cascade Gateway, South Salem, Morningside, there are genuine safety concerns. And I think that this helps, give people some peace of mind that we are getting the resources we need to shore up the core function of our police officers, which is patrol and responding to 911 calls, which is becoming increasingly difficult to do, especially with training obligations at certain times of the year. It's my understanding that Chief Womack was really trying to implement a community-led policing model, and this is the next increment that he's been looking for to achieve community-led policing here in Salem. So I appreciate from Salem, from the staff's perspective and leadership's perspective, this is a little risky going out 3 years, but right now we've got the funds to do this. So I think that this will help give people more confidence when we manage micro-shelter sites throughout the community. And I think there's net good, and it's not fixing the problem. There's data that's shown that we're short in the Department of Policing 60 police, but this is the next chunk that gets us some real world benefits. I would encourage my colleagues to support it.
I don't know whether to ask you or Trevor Womack, but how many empty slots do we have right now in the police department? How many openings are there, and how quickly can you fill them? And if we give you 6 more, can you meet that challenge, to fill those slots? I've been down this road before. I've been in the same spot Trevor's in. I've talked about 60 more, knowing kind of that's what I think a target is. But I brought it up several years ago, put I think just a couple of officers downtown to add to the downtown. And the result was we have 9 openings. We haven't filled. So 2 more would just make us 11 we haven't filled, and we can't fill them that fast. So Chief, I don't know, Trevor, I don't know if you've picked up that information, but do we have the capacity for this? Or do we have too many openings already? Do you see what I mean?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Trevor Womack, Chief of Police. We have 12 sworn vacancies right now, which is why I also appreciate the motion. If I believe it would take effect for January, it gives us some space to fill vacancies anyway. I am confident that we can absolutely fill those vacancies. We've been hovering at a vacancy rate of about 5%. We're a little bit higher right now because we've had some recent retirements, but we'll catch back up again within the next several months to where we're usually bouncing somewhere between 5 and 10 vacancies, which is a normal vacancy rate. And so I do think having these positions pushed out till January helps in that regard as well.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Ruthie, do you want to call the roll on this one?
Mr. Mayor, I still have my hand up.
Oops, you have what again?
I have my hand up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. I guess my comment on this is the number one thing that I have heard for the past 2 years at my 4 neighborhood associations is the concern for safety. I've heard, I hear it every month. And the chief has come to us with a plan and a request for these 6 positions. While I'm hesitant to commit the funds because of our fiscal situation, we do have the capacity to do this right now. I do think it is in our community best interest. I know we don't like to think about adding positions and then cutting them, but we do have that position. We do have that option should we need to in 3 years or whenever the need might arise. I think this is the best thing to do to equip our chief with the plan that he has brought forward to us. He has been creative in terms of restructuring his department, and this will allow him to begin the implementation of his vision that we have asked him to do. And so for that reason, I'm going to support the motion.
Okay. Councilor Leung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to confirm that Right now, there are at least 12 positions that are unfilled at the police department. And it's not that there's funding even to be able to fulfill those positions. So what Councillor Phillips is saying is that we're funding a portion of those positions, or these brand new positions altogether.
If I could answer that quickly, I appreciate that. The 12 vacancies are funded positions. They're folks who have left the organization. We're actively recruiting. We do a new recruitment every month. We usually hire 5 to 6 at a time. Our next hire date will be mid-July. So we'll be hiring 5 or 6 officers at a time to continue to fill vacancies. This would be an additional 6 funded positions on top of those.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying. And then the second question, if you were to project out, and again, this is just projections, provided that we move forward with the funding of the additional officers, when do you see those positions filled?
Again, we're on this continuous hiring cycle. And so it does tend to ebb and flow. You'll have periods where 5, 6 people will reach retirement age and leave the organization. You'll have other extended periods where there's really relatively few retirements happening. So there's always a certain amount of vacancies within the organization. My goal and where we've been so far is be able to stay less than a 10% vacancy rate. So we have 193 authorized positions now. So 10% would be 19 vacancies. We have 12 vacancies right now. So I'm much more comfortable when we're floating around a 5% vacancy rate, and we've been able to achieve that so far. There are staffing challenges as far as recruitment efforts. It's harder to hire now, but we're investing more into that. And so far, we've been able to keep pace with about a 5% vacancy rate. So adding these positions on will create some more vacancies to fill, but they don't take effect till January. And we'll just continually work hard all the way up to January to get back up to where we're only carrying 5 or 6 vacancies, which is a normal attrition rate for the organization of this size.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, Ruthie, will you call the roll?
Councillor Anderson, absent. Councillor Phillips.
Aye.
Councillor Leung.
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councillor Hoy.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton.
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay.
And then my final motion to amend the previously amended motion. Let me just switch. Okay, so I move to amend the motion to include $50,000 in general fund for neighborhood associations to advertise with mailers for their annual meetings funded with the general fund working capital.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you. The intention of this is to provide neighborhood associations, which are an important part or adjunct to our operations. Most of us as counselors attend these meetings, and with the pandemic and other changes in the past several years, it's become increasingly difficult for neighborhood associations to make residents of their area aware that they exist. And there's been substantial discussion at both Morningside and Fayrite that they would appreciate other tools. Morningside specifically has requested the ability to reach out to residents of their neighborhood to let them know in advance that they have their annual meeting. It would also be an opportunity to promote their Facebook page or other websites to increase communication and ultimately increase city participation in everything that we're doing. So I think that since this helps us with one of our primary goals of facilitating communication, I'm in favor of it. I just want to make sure that the neighborhoods who want to use it can. I don't know that every neighborhood will. If there's other things that are needed to make it function better, I'm open to that moving forward.
Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Vanessa.
Thank you, Chuck. So I'm supporting this motion. Councillor Phillips has brought this up before, so that was helpful to me. And also $50,000 is not going to make a huge budgetary impact. But the third reason is neighborhood association participation varies enormously. Some neighborhood associations have robust participation, but even then, you know, I probably haven't seen more than maybe 30 to maybe 40 people at a single annual meeting of a neighborhood association representing thousands. But Councillor Phillips and I were at an association meeting recently. There were 3 people plus us, 3. So what I would love to see is a real interest in getting new, different people involved in our neighborhoods, because they actually have a lot of say. They hold a lot of sway in these meetings. I listen carefully to what they have to say, because who knows a neighborhood better than the residents who live there. So if they're going to spend that $50,000, my only caveat to that is that I don't want them to just spend it on like cookies at their annual meeting or swag to those in attendance, because that reinforces the status quo. It means the same people who've been coming to the same meeting for the last 5 years reward themselves. And I'm not interested in that. Public service is its own reward, and it sure doesn't pay well. So I would like to see that $50,000 used to reach new people, young people, people of color, people who are caregivers who can't attend a 6:30 meeting. We have to find a way to activate neighbors who have not had a seat at the table. And hearing from those young people tonight, I mean, I would love to see them turn out in force at my neighborhood meetings, because we need their voices. So with this $50,000, which I support, I'm urging staff to work closely with these neighborhood associations to make sure it's not just going to benefit those who already go, those who already run those meetings. We need new blood, and we need to hear from diverse members of our community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barney.
Thank you. I do think neighborhood associations need some assistance in outreach. I'm not sure trying to get folks there for the annual meeting, which I think was the motion rather than general meetings, is the best way to go when that's when you're electing your officers for the neighborhood association. I'd rather see more outreach for the rest of the year so folks have an idea of what goes on at neighborhood association meetings. I also think the money might be partially better spent to increase the services of maybe another, or increase the neighborhood coordinator, because we've run into some issues, at least at West Salem, not issues with the coordinator, but you know, there's certain things that we need as a neighborhood association, and it seems that sometimes the means that we have to earn money by volunteering and doing all the different things we do for the neighborhood association are sometimes somewhat limited, and we have occasionally asked the city for help with some things, but it's not allowed because of that, I don't know, that kind of wall between it. So I like the idea of putting $50,000 into neighborhood associations, but I'm not sure just for the annual meeting is the best use of it.
Councillor Leung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have an agreement both with Councillor Nordyke in that we need to have new individuals participate, but I also agree with Councillor Varney that we need to ensure that we are putting it more towards the actual meetings. I mean, Irma has been wonderful, and you know, I don't know how in the world she's able to go from neighborhood association to neighborhood association, or how she's able to break up her schedule like that, considering how many neighborhood associations exist. And I'd rather that, I mean, $50,000, it's a lot, but also still not a lot. And I'd rather have that funds go towards actually ways of bringing people in to the neighborhood association, whether it's renters, for example, whether it's individuals who are from the Black, Indigenous, and communities of color, whether it's minority-owned business owners. Like, who are we missing at these neighborhood association meetings? You know, my main meeting is Cigna. I have 2, but Cigna has been my biggest one. And I've been at meetings where, like everyone else, it might have been only like 3 or 4 people, just the officers and myself. And then when there's a big issue that's coming to affect the ward, then I might have a ton of people who attend those. When we were still meeting in person, not like we could actually talk about Costco. When we were having the issues with Costco, a lot of people were attending those both the neighborhood association meetings and the information meetings that were taking place during that time. And I think it's important that we invest into neighborhood associations, but not just for the main general meeting. It has to go more towards bringing in people to the regular neighborhood association meetings and ensuring that people understand, what is the purpose and the function of these neighborhood association meetings, and are those neighborhood association meetings, both in leadership and also those who attend, actually make up the members of our community.
Thank you. Councilor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the feedback tonight. I'm still in general in support of my motion, but I'm willing to make modifications. I don't want this to be overly specific. The reason why I picked annual meetings is it's increasingly expensive to do anything. So a one-time mailer for everybody, across all 18 neighborhood associations. This is the estimated cost to get everybody covered. Which my intention is to include renters, it's to include all the residents within the various neighborhood associations. I don't mean for it to be just to the annual meeting, but since it's a one-time mailer, that would be an example of a high yield thing to highlight. But it could certainly include, websites, the general meeting schedule, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest to the maker of the motion that you amend it to just increase the communications fund by $50,000, and then that gives each one of the neighborhood associations the ability to spend it on those communications as they see fit.
Could I second what you just said, or I'll go ahead and make that motion? I make the motion to increase the communication fund for neighborhood associations by $50,000, and then so it won't be just for advertising with mailers. Does staff have what I intend as the motion? I'm struggling with this at 10
Yeah,
seconds.
that's fine. That's fine. And then Councilor Hoy, do you want to second his change? Okay.
Second, yeah.
He was your second. He'll let you back out, try a new one in. Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
I'm happy with the motion and the amended motion. I'm happy to support that. I just want to underline, underscore, highlight, bedazzle. Don't let the neighborhood association itself decide how to spend those funds, because their current outreach efforts are not reaching diverse voices. So I really urge our staff to work carefully with our neighborhood associations, because we need new blood. We need new forms of communication, reaching people on social media, talking to young people, talking to people who traditionally are unavailable at these neighborhood association meeting times, which are horrible for a lot of working people and caregivers. So I'm all in favor of this. I'm just giving an earful to our city staff that let's find a way to get more equitable usage of our neighborhood associations, which, by the way, are a leadership pipeline. A lot of people become leaders in our city by starting out in a neighborhood association group. So it's so important that this be done right. Thank you.
I just want to, as a suggestion, I agree with Leung and Barney on this. I really think where the weakness in this is, having watched it for many years, is we have lost personnel at the neighborhood group level, and Irma on her own cannot meet all those demands. And that is the most common thing I hear from neighborhood leaders. They don't ask for, there is a desire to have communications, but I think more than anything, they're looking for help in the kind of work that they're trying to do in both attracting members to the association and working with the neighborhood groups. I know the richest years of these neighborhood groups, as far as I've seen over time, was when they had really 1.5 to 2 people, 2 to 3 even, really resulted in a much richer neighborhood experience for the residents and output for the leadership. So I think putting it into just a non-designated fund does not help them as much as we might think it would, just giving them money. It has that feeling. So I think taking another look at that approach is worth doing. Yeah, Councilor Varney.
I guess I need a better understanding of the communication fund, because it's my understanding that that fund is, so you have individuals in the neighborhood association who do certain activities and then they get the money out of the communication fund. Isn't that how it works? And then you use it for communications out of your neighborhood association. I mean, that's my impression. So neighborhood associations would still have to have the individuals involved to be able to pull that money out of the communication fund. And so that's why I'm thinking of it more as the position for outreach that the city is assisting with, rather than just uploading that communications fund, because some neighborhood associations aren't as active as West Salem. I mean, we were fortunate to have a welcoming and inclusion committee that put together flyers in both English and Spanish, and they got posted all over in businesses, et cetera. You know, we need some help with the outreach. Thanks.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes, Linda.
The only comment I would have is that I feel like, so as Mickey was saying, is that it's more about promoting and educating people that are in the neighborhood about the neighborhood association. I have talked to many people that had no idea that there was even a neighborhood association, and I encouraged them to, I gave them the name and who to see and the city's address. And I think it almost seems like instead of coming from the neighborhood, it might be something that the city could figure out how to promote somehow. I don't know. I just feel like we need to educate people that there are neighborhood associations available for them to provide input, interest, and then after attending, they can start to get interested in participating in some of the heavier duties that are asked of the neighborhood associations. So that's the only thing.
Thank you. Okay. Ready to vote? Okay.
I just have one quick question.
Yes, sorry.
Can we please verify, confirm what the motion is? Since have we changed it, or is it still going to remain the original motion?
It's slightly different. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, I'll try and restate it. I move to amend the previously amended motion to include $50,000 in the general fund for neighborhood associations to advertise for communications, including mailers, with general fund working capital. That's the end of the motion. And what's been removed is there's no specificity for their annual meeting. So it's communication funds and advertising to promote people to go. But I got rid of the annual meeting criteria.
Okay.
Could we include in there not just promoting it, but doing like it, unless it's already what your intent was, like doing the outreach, like to because I mean you could send out mailers to people, doesn't mean that they're going to read it. So and then we're also not taking consideration not everybody reads English as one of their primary languages. So if what type of communication are we referring to, or are we leaving that up to staff to interpret what communication refers to?
I'm certainly open to having it published in multiple languages if we have sufficient staff to do that. staff
I
resources.
think they do. I think that's probably sort of built into it's baked in the cake that they'll do multiple languages and communications to the extent that they have capacity. They're pretty good about it.
So is this primarily just for mailers then, and then social media posts, and not necessarily like going to community events to, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, like, you know, it's a small pocket of money and where this funding is going to go towards specifically, because again, this is like, to me, it sounds very narrowed. And if the intent of this funding is to do outreach as much as we can, you know, we're supposed to be doing this outreach towards individuals or communities that either hardly know about neighborhood associations or may not necessarily always come to neighborhood association meetings.
If I understood the intent, and please correct me, I think it really broadened it. What they did, I think what was suggested was to not narrow it, but to make it just broader, that it's just communication fund for the neighborhood associations to work with, and pretty unspecified in terms of what precisely. It was sort of like up to the neighborhood associations. Is that what you were thinking, Chris, when you mentioned it, or what? What's your thoughts on it?
That you captured my thoughts exactly, like just to broaden it out to allow for whatever communication the staff. I mean, we have to defer to their professional judgment. I think they've heard our conversation tonight. They understand what our intent is, and they're going to make it work.
Okay.
And then as the maker of the motion, I agree with that. I agree with Councillor Hoy. And I agree. I don't want this to be swag. I don't want this to be, you know, a material good that someone can benefit from. I want this to be outreach. The intent is to encourage people to participate in neighborhood associations.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here with another pesky motion to extend the meeting to 10:45.
Oh,
Second.
Okay. We've still got people wait. We even got a neighborhood chair waiting to testify if she's still out there. So good. Thank you. Any objections? Okay, we'll go to 10:45. Okay, let's vote. Ruthie, you want to call the roll?
Councillor Phillips,
Aye.
Councillor Young,
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councillor Hoy,
Aye.
Councillor Nordike,
Aye.
Councillor Barney,
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton,
Aye.
Councillor Anderson absent, Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Any more? Anyone else? Okay. Okay, we'll go to 5A.
Mr. Mayor, you have to vote on the motion as amended.
Oh, I'm sorry, for the whole budget, don't we?
Yes, please.
I apologize. We need to vote on the budget as it's been amended, the whole thing. Y'all ready, or do you want to talk about it? Okay. Ruthie, you want to call the roll?
Councillor Young,
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councillor Hoy,
Aye.
Councillor Nordike,
Aye.
Councillor Barney,
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton,
Aye.
Councillor Anderson absent, Councillor Phillips,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Sure. We still get another vote on this thing, don't we? When we get a chance to read it all. Okay. 5A. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move City Council adopt resolution number 2022-34 to extend the declaration of emergency related to unsheltered residents to December 31st, 2022.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Not
Hey,
for me.
Yeah, Ruthie. You want to call the roll? Oh, sorry. Dan, did you?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm good.
Did we have a need to state something on the record from Ms. Bennett, Mr. Atchison? I think we got an email on that earlier.
In regard to the emergency declaration?
No.
Sorry, that was the next one. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and vote then. Ruthie, call the roll.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Aye.
Counselor Hoy,
Aye.
Counselor Nordike,
Aye.
Counselor Barney,
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton,
Aye.
Counselor Anderson absent, Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Young,
Aye.
Mayor Bennett.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, go to information reports.
Mr. Mayor, we saw a 5B.
I missed 5B, did I? Oh, yeah, okay, 5B. You want to make a motion?
I do, thank you. I move City Council adopt resolution number 2022-38, affirming City Council's decision to approve the siting of a micro-shelter village at 1280 Center Street Northeast.
Second.
Second by Stapleton. Any discussion? Oops, I'm sorry, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple of points I want to make just so we can settle the record, because the process at this point is after City Council makes a decision, if you do reaffirm your decision, the Circuit Court will have an opportunity to review it. So I want to make sure we got everything we need in the record to support his decision making. I'm not going to go into a lot of points here, but please bear with me because I understand it is getting late. The court directed the city to address a variety of public health and safety concerns. Those concerns relate primarily to increased unmanaged camping in the area that's potentially attracted by the village, rise in crime rates in the area, both from unmanaged camping and from village clients that's coming from the court and the petitioner, as well as potential traffic impacts and railroad safety. First off, staff, we don't anticipate that these issues will occur, will be substantial problems because they have not occurred at the other two city-funded sites operated by Church in the Park on Portland Road. Staff and Church in the Park have reported virtually no complaints from neighbors of those sites for any of these issues. Nevertheless, we are proposing additional mitigation measures, including Salem Police has committed to additional patrols in the area of the site as their resources allow. The Community Sanitation and Response Team, or the HOST team, as we're calling it, will also provide, will prioritize outreach and cleaning in the area. And Church in the Park has committed to have their own security and staff patrol a 150-foot radius around the site and engage with unmanaged campers who happen to be in the area to encourage them to relocate and to get access to services. I want to note that there was an addition tonight. The original report identified a 1-block area that Church in the Park would be patrolling. However, it's a 150-foot radius, and Gretchen, please correct me if I got that wrong. These measures are in addition to other measures already included in the project, including the fact that Church in the Park will not provide walk-in services and will redirect potential clients to other off-site services. There is a letter in the file from Church in the Park that includes a range of services that they're going to provide to the folks who are staying there. That includes counseling, a plan to move through the park to better options. In regards to drug and alcohol, there was some discussion early in the meeting regarding that. This is a low barrier shelter, so it does not mandate sobriety, but it does govern client behaviors and prohibits the use or possession and the sale or trade of alcohol and drugs. The resolution and the findings were a bit ambiguous on that point. We did verify with Church of the Park at the meeting that they will be prohibiting possession and use of alcohol and drugs at the village. And I believe DJ and Josh are still at the meeting and they can confirm that on the record if you have any questions. So they have a code of conduct essentially for their residents, and unacceptable behavior can be grounds for removal from the village. And as I see Josh coming on, they also have experience from their other two villages and they can speak to how that process works. If you're interested, that information is in the record.
Okay.
Just a few more points, Mayor, if you don't mind. Crime, Salem Police have included information into the record that talks about crime rates citywide vis-a-vis the two existing shelters. The data shows there is no substantial increase in crime attributable to these micro-villages. To put that more to a point, there is no substantial increase in crime rates in the area in the vicinity of these villages since those villages have started operating. So just because the villages are there doesn't mean there's an increase in crime. You got that point, Clay.
Ask a question on any of this?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask a question on that part?
Please do.
Yeah, do we look at what's happened out at Cascade Gateway Park with lessons learned in these kinds of activities? I think that's one of the concerns that I've heard. And I just wondered, Josh, is there going to be a pretty substantial understanding that adjacent homeless that are not involved in the program need to be kind of policed or dealt with, or whatever you're trying to do out at Cascade Gateway or any of your other projects? You're
muted.
You're mute. I'm sorry.
Looks like it might be a technical difficulty. So, Mayor, we have heard loud and clear that offering walk-up services can make it hard for Church of the Park, our safety team, and even the city staff to manage camping. That's why on Portland Road, we don't allow walk-up services. And at Center Street, we would not allow walk-up services. And our safety team would be doing regular walkarounds to make sure no one who is unsheltered, who's not a guest at the micro shelter, would begin to accumulate their possessions in the area.
Okay. Is that specified in the findings, or does that need to be?
That is very much in writing around the 100-foot perimeter that we will actively supervise.
Okay, great. Thanks, DJ.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to make sure we're clear on the point, is the crime data that's in the record is in regard to the existing Portland Road micro shelter sites. You had asked about Cascades, and I can maybe turn to Gretchen to address that question.
Cascades Gateway Park is a very different environment. We had removed the camping restriction in the park adjacent to the day center service. Also, a day center service is categorically different from a micro shelter village.
It's one that we understand,
yeah,
but it doesn't seem to be getting through to the people who are being affected in Paradise Island or the Elks. And I wondered if that experience is informing policy in this one as well.
I think to answer that point, yes, in that they're not going to be providing, walk-up services here. This will be a managed environment, not an unmanaged environment. There's going to be significant city and Church of the Park resources as far as outreach in the area surrounding the village. And I think the biggest difference there is, the what's happening out at Cascades is a far different case where it's an unmanaged environment.
Well, it isn't now. We have it posted, no trespassing, and it's still, we keep getting these complaints, but I understand, I think, what you're saying, so thank you.
Just to put a cap on it, as far as traffic impact and railway safety, Public Works has reviewed the site vis-a-vis the existing Church of the Park sites and believes there will be no significant traffic impacts. There's a memo to the staff report to that effect. Further, Church of the Park has modified its site plan to improve internal traffic circulation as well as ingress and egress. So as far as traffic safety is concerned, it doesn't appear to be an issue and it's being adequately addressed. The railway in the area, if you're familiar with that area, that's where the 12th Street Promenade is. There is a significant barrier between the promenade and the railway. There's all manner of traffic and safety and railway improvements in that area. The crossings have significant pedestrian safety features to them. And I also add, and it's noted in the record, that one of the Portland Road sites, as Church in the Park identified in their letter, is adjacent to a railway. They've been operating there for quite some time, and thankfully there have been no incidents. Yeah. With that, I want to keep this brief because I understand it's been a long meeting. I just wanted to note that we want to add an additional finding to the resolution. So Councilor Hoy, if you could include this in your motion, I would appreciate it, that Church in the Park prohibits use or possession of drugs and alcohol at the site. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Counselor Phillips, sorry.
This is more of a question for staff. So like, what's the time frame? You know, assuming favorable outcomes, if we make a decision tonight and we pass this, as I kind of make an educated guess, it'll work. How will that move forward? And then what's married to that is, what's the time frame on the host team or the community sanitation response team actually, you know, being staffed and you know, responding to calls in the community?
I'm going to ask Deputy City Attorney Tom Kupani to address the timing question, because he and Michelle Teed, my office, have been most actively involved in the litigation.
Good evening, Tom Kupani with Deputy City Attorney. The plan is that we're going to return to court on June 23rd for the court to consider what has occurred here tonight and whether we've satisfied the court that there have been sufficient findings. We'll be sending tomorrow morning a recording of this lengthy hearing and the resolution, the supporting documents, and the findings. And so that will give the court the opportunity to review those materials. It will also give the petitioner in the writ of review the opportunity to make any further objections. And we're hopeful that the thing will be wrapped up on the 23rd, but it could be subject to additional litigation.
Thank you. Councillor Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Against my better judgment, I move that we extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, any objection? Okay.
Can this be the last one?
And I hope so. And Mr. Mayor, I would also like to amend my motion to include that Church at the Park prohibit illegal drug use within the operation of this facility.
Thank you. Does that fulfill your need, Mr. Mayor, whoever?
Yes, thank you. That's sufficient.
Okay, good. Trevor, were you done?
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess, do we have an estimated time for the functioning of the host team? Like,
that's probably a question for Gretchen.
Right.
Yeah.
We're on our way, Councillor Phillips. This is Gretchen Bennett. I'm so thrilled that the Salem Police Department's 2 officers have been at work for about 5 days, 6 days now, working the cleaning component. The other staff, we're still in the hiring phases for. We're running a second interview Friday and still in hiring phases. So we hope the full team to be operational in August.
So Gretchen, if I can just clarify on this, because I think it's important. So we are getting some of the benefits. The sworn officers are fulfilling the role now already.
Some of the work, yes.
Okay. So it's my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, that this should have passed the first time, that we are clearly defining the criteria, but like the host team just clinches this. Like, I don't think it's needed to meet the criteria that we're trying to satisfy with tonight's resolution, but with the host team, there's no doubt in my mind.
Okay. Corey Poole caught me today to tell me just how great things are going out there right now. So he was extremely pleased with whatever you guys did, pleased him, which is good. Okay, information reports.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to vote on this one.
Oh, on this one, yeah. Okay, all those, does anyone object to this one?
Mr. Mayor, I hate to be a stickler, but can we have a roll call?
I want to have a roll call on it. Okay.
Yeah, you need a roll call.
Ruthie?
Councillor Hoy?
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councillor Barney?
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton?
Aye.
Councillor Anderson absent. Councillor Phillips?
Aye.
Councillor Leung?
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mayor Bennett?
Aye. How about you, Dan? You in with us on this one? Okay.
I don't get a vote.
Oh, okay.
That's the 3rd time I've gone first tonight. We've gone through the rotation 3 times.
Okay, Chris, you had an extension motion. Anyone object to extending to 11? Okay. Information reports. Councilor Phillips.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I apologize, but I think it's important for our community. I move to call up information item 6E. 6E, letter E like echo.
Okay, thanks.
So I move to call up 6E for a public hearing.
Second.
And then briefly to speak to the motion, there's community concern, and I think it would benefit from a public hearing. And I do believe there's a time constraint, so it has to happen at our next meeting. I know. I hear you.
Okay. Anyone object? Not object. No. Ruth, do you want to call a roll?
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Counselor Barney?
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton?
Aye.
Counselor Anderson absent. Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Counselor Leung?
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Mayor Bennett?
Aye. Okay, motion passes. We'll have a hearing on this, and it has to be at the next meeting, right? Okay.
That was my understanding from staff.
Okay. We can just start right off with one of those 11 o'clock motions, Counselor. I think that'll be the... Okay, let's go for the first reading. Let's see. Ruthie, do you want to introduce that, or do I have?
Yep, I'll introduce it.
Okay.
An ordinance declaring certain territory located at 4314 Munkers Street Southeast and lands adjacent annexed to the City of Salem prescribing zoning and withdrawing the territory from the Marion County Fire District Number 1, East Salem Sewer and Drainage District, and Suburban East Salem Water District.
Okay. Councilor Hoy, is this yours? No, this is, yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Got it.
Or do Anderson.
I move City Council advance ordinance bill number 14-22, approving annexation, applying city zoning, and approving withdrawal from Marion County Fire District Number 1, East Salem Sewer and Drainage District, and Suburban East Salem Water District for 0.597 acre territory located at 4314 Munkers Street Southeast and lands adjacent to second reading for enactment.
I'll second.
Second by Stapleton. Any discussion? Hey, Ruthie, do you want to call the roll on this one?
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton?
Aye.
Counselor Anderson absent. Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Counselor Leung?
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Mayor Bennett?
Aye. Second readings then? Reading, I guess, one.
An ordinance relating to street paintings, amending Chapter 15 of Salem Revised Code and SRC 900.105 and declaring an emergency. Counselor Stapleton?
Aye.
Counselor Anderson absent. Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Counselor Leung?
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Mayor Bennett?
Aye. Okay, motion passes. And our last is public comment on items not on the agenda. Patty Tipton.
I'm sorry, Mayor Bennett, but both of the folks who have been hanging out have since left.
Gave up? Okay.
Yes.
I tried
All
to
right,
warn
then
her.
we are adjourned. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
For more videos and for more information, go to capitalcommunitymedia.org and follow us on social media.